City of Southfield, being held on Monday, March 31st, 2022 at 6 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for your patience with the technical difficulties that we had. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Banks?
Present.
Brightwell?
Here.
We have an excused absence for Cruz. Frazier?
Here.
Hoskins?
Here.
Mandelbaum?
Present.
And Taylor.
Here.
Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Everyone, could we please have a moment of silence for Ms. Jackie Mia, who's our planning commissioner. She passed away on Thursday, March 17th. May we please have a moment of silence? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Next, we have communications. The Southfield City Council has established the following rules of procedure for all speakers. No speaker may make personal or impertinent attacks upon any officer, employee, or city council member or other elected official that is unrelated to the manner in which the officer, employee, or city council member or other elected official performs his or her duties. No person shall use abusive or threatening language toward any individual when addressing the city council. Any person who violates this section shall be directed by the presiding officer to be orderly and silent. If a person addressing the council refuses to become silent when so directed, such person may be deemed by the presiding officer to have committed a breach of the peace by disrupting and impeding the orderly conduct of the public meeting of the city council and may be ordered by the presiding officer to leave the meeting. If the person refuses to leave as directed, the presiding officer may direct any law enforcement officer who is present to escort the violator from the meeting. Thank you. Under our first communications, we have Mr. Greg Keeler.
Greg Keeler, resident of Southfield. The development money for John Grace, will that come out of the city's money that is given to it by the state or by grants or by bonds or by federal dollars, by tax dollars, since it's now being rolled into our master plan? And seeing how it's being rolled into our master plan, and I believe one of the upgrades to it will be sewer lines, can the residents be rolled into our master plan and also get sewer lines? John Grace, does it accept people who are not subsidized in it, or is it only for subsidized people? The rental property, what is the price of it for people who don't have to be underwritten or assume any other finance given into them that comes straight out of their pocket? Is that also in there? And in the nonprofit and the John Grace Arms, it seems to almost be the same group of people. And shouldn't there be some type of separation between those same group of people, and it shouldn't be pretty much the staff of the city? And that does seem a little bit fishy that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Fred Bunker.
Do we need to reset? Let me start talking. Fred Bunker, 24201 Garner. When I came to the Grace presentation, they showed a graph that showed what amount of property in Southfield is zoned R1, which caused me concern since a new master plan has been created, and apparently R1 property still includes things like the charter school across the street from me, 13 and a half acres, that there can't be any single-family housing there. Hundreds of people come and go there every day using an R1 single-family home road. 10 buses use it as a bus garage and come back and forth down the street hundreds and hundreds of times. How can R1 zone property include 13 acres of paved area? It's the same as the Grace being considered R1. When did a single family ever live at this Grace Community Center that had zoned R1? Why am I paying taxes on R1 zone property? Across the street, they have giant dumpsters emptied 3 and 4 times a week. They don't pay taxes on R1. It's a commercial school. They have a budget of $15 million a year. How is their property not being taxed like mine? I can't have 2 cars on my property. Witkowski will come by and say I'm violating the R1 ordinance. Across the street, you can park school buses, diesel-powered commercial vehicles, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. How can one side of the street be considered R1 exactly the same as the opposite side of the street? This is a boondoggle for tax abatement recipient commotion. These 13 acres were created when a tax abatement recipient, just like Lear, went bankrupt. Now, Maxitrol, a tax abatement recipient, has bought 2 acres next to me, tore asbestos off the house illegally without a permit. What is the law for tax abatement recipients turning R1 zoned property into useless, taxless, blighted property that bring millions of dollars out of Wayne County to pay for charter school students to come and act out in a street that's marked "Do Not Enter, Wrong Way, Road Closed," and hundreds of vehicles use it as a 2-way street, including, with the advent of food trucks, Mr. Frazier, your neighborhood, 18-wheel trucks delivering furniture using an R1 street that says "Road Closed, Do Not Enter, Wrong Way." The police can't be reached for comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Joe Person.
Mayor, Madam, Madam President, Madam City Clerk, first of all, how's everybody doing? I come to you, I represent my club. I'm the chair of the Southfield Lathrop Village Democratic Club, and we have a problem where I was at a certain meeting with the Lieutenant Governor, the city manager, the mayor, our U.S. representative, state senator, and basically some of the who's who in terms of a meeting at the Parks and Recreation. But yet, when my club wants to come in and get a place to have our meeting, which we've had there since this club has been in existence, we shut it down, we couldn't get a place, and now all of a sudden, we still can't get a place. Are you open back up? Is the city open back up? Because the rest of the city is open back up. It's open. And if it's open, I'm gonna start with you ladies and gentlemen here. You need to put the city back in order, get back up there on the top of the stand where y'all supposed to sit in your position so that we can see. Because if I'm correct on TV, it's like we don't get to see all of y'all. During the COVID, this was the last city to open back up and do something. Everybody else was on YouTube and you could see them. We were looking at y'all behind pictures that was covered. Give us the respect that we earn for this dollar. Y'all work for us, we don't work for y'all. I would like to make sure that when my club asks us for a date to be able to rent those rooms as well as the rest of the people in Southfield. And this is not, I know people want to holler, and y'all can speak to this. You can speak to this. They'll say, well, we're going to look at this and take this under advisement. No, the rest of the cities everywhere else, I just went to your, my wife and I go once every Wednesday of the month over here to the library to a concert, and it constantly is open. So you need to open up the whole city and not partial a city. Open it for us because we pay the taxes here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Gerard Mullen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Gerard Mullen, Post Office Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037. Madam President, tonight I wish to talk about Chapter 7 in the latest edition of the Southfield City Charter. Chapter 7 describes in great detail the former and now ancient Southfield Municipal Court System, a dinosaur court system. This description takes up currently 10% of the total contents of the charter. The Southfield Municipal Court was abolished totally on New Year's Day in the year 1969. And was replaced by the 46th District Court, as mandated by the 1963 Michigan Constitution. This abolished court was never acknowledged in the 5 latter-day editions of the Southfield City Charter. And thus today, this abolished court still resides in Chapter 7. You can find this ancient squatter for yourself, Madam Chair, hiding in your current charter. Just read page 29 through to and including page 33. 5 pages, count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 pages that make up Chapter 7 that contains 100% of useless verbiage. Verbiage about a dinosaur court system that has come and has gone, never to come again. Verbiage that belongs in the ashes of history and not in the Southfield City Charter. After 53 years, it is about time now that you folks here on this City Council take steps to update your city's city charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Pamela Gerald.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Happy Council meeting Monday. I'm looking at the date up there for World Water Day, and that date is very significant to me. It will mark 1 year to the date that I lost the first woman that I ever loved that gave me life, my mom. So to all of the city residents that are finding out about it and still calling to offer your condolences, I appreciate it very much. My mother, on numerous occasions, drove down from Genesee County to support a lot of the events that was going on in Southfield because her daughter was supporting them. And I want to thank Senator Jeremy Moss and his legislative aide, who is also our Southfield City Councilman, Jason Hoskins, for giving my mother and my family the special tribute. And it just lets me know that the miles that she put on her car to come to the city of Southfield to support events over my almost 40-year history with this city is very much appreciated. So thank you so much, Councilman Hoskins. You know, I wanted to compliment the city of Southfield, the mayor, the city administrator, and council president pro tem, and the other supporting council members. You know, when this pandemic started, we didn't know what the extent of the pandemic would be, the lives that would be lost, the dangers just doing what we normally would do, go to a meeting, be in a social environment. We had no idea. But the city did a wonderful thing. When it was time to shut it down, you shut it down. You took all the necessary precautions. When it was time to open up, you took the necessary precautions. And this setup right here looks very funny to me, but now it's the new normal. So I just want to thank all of you for the collaboration and what you did to keep yourselves safe and to keep the residents safe that want to come back and participate in the government process. So I thank you for that. Mr. Mayor, I thank you for your efforts. Mr. Fred Zorn, I thank you for your efforts. And I'll be back at another time to talk about some other important things, but that date up there just made me change my mind about what I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You could give me a moment to wipe off the counter, I would appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. To everyone that came before council and gave and spoke during communications, I did take some notes, so we will ask administration to get back to you on some of the things that you asked. Normally, we do things and we don't get back to the residents, but we're trying to do better. So we will be responding to some of the questions that you have asked. So thank you, and again, I want to thank you for your patience. I thank Lisa Hawkins and Cable for getting the screens back up and running, and I thank you in the audience for your patience with us on a weekly basis. So thank you very much. Next, we have our presentations. Recognition of March 22nd as the World Water Day.
Good evening, honorable body, Mr. Zorn, and anyone else I don't recognize. My apologies. Mr. Zorn had called me with an idea. He presented the idea of World Water Day. I thought it was a fantastic idea. So I jumped on it and wanted to bring awareness. This is really about awareness. Without sounding cliche, awareness and knowing is half the battle, and to take the awareness forward. So as you can see, Tuesday, March 22nd is World Water Day. This was established by the United Nations. 1993 is an international day. Truthfully, I've dealt with water half my natural-born life, and this was a little new to me. My thought was always more America type environment. So this really did open my eyes. I'm going to include some statistics and facts, and then I'll dive a little deeper. Okay, it is to highlight the importance of safe water and to bring awareness to the world water crisis. Their core focus is to support the achievements of sustainable, that's a very key word, Sustainable Development Goal 6 is for water and sanitary for all by 2030. Now, what I could not find is whether they established this in 1993 with the goal of 2030, which is now for us is just right around the corner. So some very quick water facts. If anyone wanted to chime in, I'm going to ask some very quick questions. I think there might be 3 or 4. How much of the earth is covered by water? Anybody? Anybody? 71%. Now, I think that number's commonly known or a little more known just by the size of the landmass and the entire earth itself as a whole with all the water on it. So, how much of the earth's water is actually fresh water? I think you're going to be very surprised by this. 2.5%. Now, of the 2.5% of the fresh water available on Earth, only 31% is accessible for use. A lot of it's captured in the polar ice caps and the Greenland ice shelf, almost 70%. So of that 31%, the next slide I'm going to show you is just for references. Don't even try and understand it. But when it comes down to this, less than 1% of the water is accessible and drinkable in the world. So that number's now getting much, much smaller. So with some of those facts, I wanted to dive deeper into what Global Water Day is as a whole, as a world. Okay, water and sanitation go hand in hand. Globally, at least 2 billion people using drinking water, the source itself is contaminated with feces. Over 2 billion people. They're drawing their water from the same place that they're dumping their sewer from is what it essentially comes down to. The water and sanitation crisis has a huge impact on development and health-related disease. Kills more children every year than AIDS, malaria, and measles combined. It is the second largest killer of children under 5. I did not know that myself. When I looked it up, when I started seeing some of these statistics, it broke my heart. And now to awareness on a global scale. Water crisis is a woman crisis. Some might ask why. When I read this, it took me back. The water crisis disproportionately affects women as a whole. Why? Third world countries in sub-Sahara, 80% of households without safe water, women and girls are responsible for gathering the day's water. This takes women and girls away from their activities like working and going to school, trapping them in a cycle of poverty. Without safe drinking water, adequate sanitation and hygiene facilities at home, in places of work and education, it is disproportionately harder for women and girls to lead a safe, productive, healthy lives. African and Asian women walk an average of almost 4 miles just to get water for the day. It also starts very young for women and girls. It is common for young women and girls to be asked to stay home from school and help family gather water, even if they make it to school later, or maybe not even go to school at all. This puts them in farther and farther behind other classmates. Why, again? Addressing the needs of female is in relation to water sanitation and hygiene is a key driver in achieving gender equality. Women have specific hygiene needs, including menstruation, pregnancy, and childbearing. Okay, a little lighter side. So, in our city, here's a quick breakdown of what our residents pay for water and sewer. It basically comes to $13.40 per 100 cubic feet. Now that's a little to myself it means something, but 100 cubic feet is hard to understand. So basically, it comes down to 56 cents per gallon of water and sanitary. For water and sanitary, it costs the resident 56 cents. Now that's a very good price. I know we're one of the lower communities out there for cost to our residents. Really, we are an enterprise fund. We operate enough to pay the help, keep the lights on, and to put gas in the tank and put money aside for capital future endeavors of the infrastructure. Now, if we compare this to what someone was to pay for a gallon of water based on them buying, say, a bottle of water of 16.9 ounces at 128 ounces per gallon, simple math, $10.50 a gallon is what you're paying if you were to buy a bottle of water until it equates to a gallon of water. So there's a quick comparison. My last one, what does someone might think that the Great Lakes percentage of water is, of fresh water in the world? Just the Great Lakes alone?
20%.
Very close, 18. 18% of the fresh water in the world comes from our Great Lakes. We are very fortunate. I think we know that and that's good and bad. But what other communities like Arizona and California we read and hear about in the news, there's communities that they're within days of collapse of not having water. When they built the Hoover Dam, they had many agreements. One of the agreements was Arizona was to get a cheaper rate than everybody else, with the exception that if anything went wrong or if there was drought or they needed to turn water off, we're turning you off first. Arizona said, we'll do that. Never did anyone ever think that we would be here today with climate change. So that's all I have. Any questions?
Council, do we have any questions? AJ, it's a great presentation, though. Thank you for bringing this out. Councilman Frazier?
Yes, it's not a question, but a comment. It was on the radio today that there's a loophole in the fresh water contract that Nestle's has with the state of Michigan, and they can take pretty much all the water that they want for almost no cost at all, as long as they don't take it out in amounts more than 5.7 gallons. And they've built a place up north that are taking water out of Lake Superior and are taking truckloads of water out of Lake Superior like it's going to last forever. There's always a beginning and an end to anything.
That's unfortunate, yes.
Thank you. Councilman Brightwell?
AJ, that was a very good presentation. I think most citizens and most individuals need that basic knowledge that you gave. So it was an excellent presentation. My question is, and I'm just going to throw a phrase in there that I heard since I was a child: you don't miss your water until your well went dry. So what is the Southfield doing? What are we doing to make sure that we are water friendly, so to speak?
That's a very good question. So we, with your approval in the past, we now read our meters via a tower. So now we're getting daily reads. And we are very close we're going to a presentation tomorrow, as a matter of fact, for a web portal. And what that web portal is you will be able to read and look at your water meter on your phone and be able to tell where you're at with your water. And with that, you should be able to, and we'll know more tomorrow, but it is our wish. There's only 5 things that we really want to look for, and that's a non-working meter, a meter that has backflow, meaning that someone might have turned the meter around and now is taking the odometer backwards. Intermittent leak, which would be number 4, and 5 would be constant leak. You should be able to set a high-low limit, meaning that if you look at your water bill and you consume 7, 8, 9, 7, 8, 888, each month, you could set it for, say, 10, 12, and it should be able to flash your account to let you know that you have a leaky meter. Leaky meters easily go to $700 mark just from a leaky toilet. So that's one of the ways that we're stepping into the 21st century with our department.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mandelbaum?
I'm sorry, AJ, it was a great presentation. Did you say that we currently have that available, or it's on its way?
The web portal should be able to do that for us. Now,
For you or for the resident?
well, for the resident, yes. So what, in the past, when I started with the city, we would read every other month. So you were literally, if you caught it wrong, you were 60 days out from finding out whether you had a leak or not. Then we went to a transmitting device on the outside of the house that we would read once a month. Now we've progressed to the point with these towers, we're using the same reading device, and we didn't have any lost assets. We used the same reading device. Now we just capture it daily. We can see, in our billing department interrogates many of the accounts every single month and finds some of those a lot quicker. Now, I don't know the exact dates, but we have become very proactive in finding those a lot quicker.
And that's great, and I know that I've had a lot of residents ask me for that capability. And I guess through the administration, is if it's possible to have instructions or maybe have cable do a step-by-step of how residents can sign up for those alerts, I think would be extremely helpful.
I know they're always looking for material, and I'll stand right here and raise my hand every time. I've got lots of stuff for them.
Perfect,
I'd
thank you.
love to do that.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, we have no appointments. We have 2 sets of minutes to be approved. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Banks?
Thank you. In reading the minutes, I noticed that, and I can't speak for both sets, but the March 7th minutes had roll call votes for every single item approved. There was no roll call. And also for February 28th, I wasn't there, but I heard the meeting, and there was no roll call taken. So I think the minutes need to reflect a yay or a nay or a motion passed for all the resolutions.
Okay. Madam
Okay.
Clerk?
Thank you, Councilwoman Banks. We will definitely look into that, and we will bring those minutes back in our next meeting on April 4th.
Okay. So we will not take action on these minutes tonight. We'll wait for them to be corrected or revised and then we'll bring them back. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have our public hearing and site plan. Sure.
Madam President,
Yes.
were we supposed to take action on the World Water Day?
No, I don't think so. It was just a presentation. Mr. Zorn, were we supposed to? I'm sorry.
Yes, we would like you to adopt the resolution that was drafted as part of the communication.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Council, we are to adopt the resolution to accept the World Water Day.
So moved.
Support?
It's been moved by Councilman Frazier, supported by Councilman Mandelbaum, for the acceptance of the recognition and approval for World Water Day to, as of March 22nd. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you very much for that.
Madam Chair, if you're ready.
We're ready, thank you.
So we have, excuse me, our public hearing is a proposed amendment to Sustainable Southfield Comprehensive Plan to include the John Grace Revitalization Plan, sub-area drafted, dated March 11, 2022. And I know this was presented to you last week, but I'll do a brief overview for the public. The purpose of this sub-area plan is to support the adaptive reuse of the historic John Grace School located on Indian Street between 8 Mile and Shiawassee. Also for the consideration of redeveloping this parcel utilizing the residential unit development district. Lockwood Companies is proposing a 60-unit development for affordable senior housing. And on-site projects include the renovation of the existing building, construction of an addition and courtyard, a public park, dog run, and indoor community space. Currently, the property is zoned R1 single-family residential. As you are aware, Southfield is a growing community that is growing older, and this area is deficient in senior housing. If you look at the chart to the right, with population of 65 and older, both in 2010 and the latest census data from 2019 shows that Southfield is considerably higher in senior population than Oakland County, Metro Detroit, and Greater Michigan. Nearby senior support services and amenities include transportation options, restaurants, schools, employment, and medical centers. Nearly 1/3 of households in the census tract of the study site are overburdened by housing costs. So they're paying 30%, 35% over their allotment of income towards housing because of the cost of housing. And I think you recently saw an article put out by Community Relations where Southfield was in the top 10 as far as communities for senior living. So that's a positive. What we look at is half-mile, 1 mile, and 2 mile radius around the subject site. This map indicates a number of amenities, including both public and private amenities available for seniors who may reside in Section 31 of the city. This map shows a number of senior assets that are located citywide in Southfield that are available for senior supportive services. Map D shows transportation options within a 2-mile radius of the subject site. Now, one of the criteria that the state looks at is the amount of public and private investment for the past 5 years and the projected investment for the next 5 years. And these next few slides indicate some of the public and private investment that we were able to inventory within the neighborhood of the proposed John Grace. Several public and private investments within 1 mile of the site total over $180 million in the last 5 years. This includes enhanced streets, sidewalks, and shared paths, improvement to public facilities, and updated public works infrastructure, so including sewer, roads, stormwater, and public infrastructure. An additional $60 million is slated over the next 5 years, also including additional sidewalk, pathway, road rehab, park improvements, transit enhancements, and major expansion at Beaumont Hospital. And this is a map showing some of the more significant developments in the area, including the Great Lakes Water Authority's reservoir expansion and development that the council has previously approved. This is a comprehensive list looking through building permits and other online sources. Again, we need to show that in the past 5 years, there's been over $50 million of public and private investment, and that there's a projected $10 million in future over the next 5 years. And this is a comprehensive list indicating almost $271 million of investment. Now, while looking at options for the former John Grace School, a very simple option is to develop it under its current single-family residential development. A total of 7 to 9 single-family lots could be developed based on the minimum requirements. But this is well short of what the cost would be to tear down and redevelop the site with the existing building, and would make these lots priced out of the market. Another option is to look at just renovating the existing school building, and we've calculated approximately 14 one-bedroom and 4 two-bedroom units could be developed. But the highest density cost benefit is to preserve the existing school building, adaptive reuse, keep it out of the landfill, and allow for higher density redevelopment by adding an addition for a total of 60 units, including 32 to 62 parking spaces, and preserving some of the land for use by the neighborhood as a public park or tot lot. These are some of the renderings that you've seen that have come forward with the actual RUDD development. And then other public improvements that will be forthcoming includes public art, resident enhancements on site, public enhancements, additional sidewalks, pathways, road work, and utilities, and then redevelopment of tot lot neighborhood park for the use of the neighborhood. Tonight, we're here to hold a public hearing and have the council consider adoption of the sub-area neighborhood plan, which will be rolled into the larger comprehensive master plan update. And with that, I would ask that we open the public hearing, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions that the council may have after the public hearing is concluded. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing for the proposed amendment to the Sustainable Southfield Comprehensive Master Plan of John Grace Revitalization Plan Supplement. I now declare the public hearing open. If there's anyone that would care to speak to this matter, please come forward. State your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. My telephone number is 248-346-0439. I like the presentation and the fact that our city, the great city of Southfield, is acknowledging the fact that the population here is aging. And it just says to me that the city is being very mindful of the fact that our residents are getting older, better, wiser. What I would like to impress upon the city is keeping that in mind with this development, that the hallways and the doorways should be a little bit wider to accommodate scooters and those electronic wheelchairs. A lot of times with the apartments and housing that's being built, they kind of remind me of New York, where I'm originally from, Brooklyn, where a lot of the doorways are very narrow, the hallways are very narrow. So just keep that in mind, that you realize the population here is aging, that we accommodate these new housing projects with the aging that our seniors and the people in Southfield are doing. And then also, too, when you have something like proposed amendment to sustainable housing comprehensive master plan on the agenda, every time you talk about it, you might want to say and give your definition to what sustainable is, so that people know what you're talking about. A lot of us that come to the meeting, we've heard the terminology used, we know that it's used specifically and also loosely, but for the people that are listening that don't know all of the city, municipal, political, terms, you just might want to define it and say what it is. So instead of just saying and reading from the agenda, read from the agenda and then say, what do you mean about a sustainable master plan? And that's pretty much all I have to say about that. I'm just really amazed with all the wonderful things that we're doing. And normally I would know something that I didn't like, that I wanted to complain about, but I don't know if this is the right city that I used to come to all the meetings, because I'm not upset about anything, which is a good thing. So just keep that in mind. Make it wider and larger for the people that are not as mobile as some of the other seniors. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else?
This is a continuance of my concern over R1. How did the John Grace become R1? And who needs a two-story building for seniors? We've got property to develop. There's something in this country called the tiny house movement, where you can create homes for under $60,000, $70,000 and locate them on vacant, abandoned R1 property. Properties that could be developed for far less than $17 million to create 60 homes. We have 10 acres on my street. You could build 3 times that many units for a fraction of the cost, and at the same time provide city sewers, something the city spent $13 million to do 20 years ago and forgot to include the side of the street I live on. They installed the sewers only for the R1 zone property that the school built a parking lot on. That's where $13 million worth of sewers were spent. So if this is the same kind of development that's going to benefit R1 zoning /RUDD housing, why was it considered R1 zoned housing in the first place, and why do we need to change the zoning if you can build anything you want on R1 zoned property, like they did across the street from me? The city has its head stuck in 1974 when this tax abatement policy was created to integrate the workforce. These tax breaks and help from the state to provide housing weren't created to renovate these antiquated buildings. Let's create new, competitive housing. I live at 9.5 and Telegraph. There's not a more centrally located location in Southfield. This place, there's seniors who'd like to walk up to the corner. They don't walk a mile or 2 miles. My house, you can walk 1,000 feet. You got a bus service. You can go to Metro Airport. You can go to the east side of Detroit. You can go to Pontiac. But no, we're going to leave the property I live on undeveloped, without city sewers, in the middle of it all. The school can pollute the entire Detroit metro area by putting snow melt chemicals on this parking lot. The whole year, school wasn't even in session. And they shoveled the snow and put snow melt on. 10 below, there's this much water on the parking lot. Should be frozen. Shouldn't be filling the basements of the people in Detroit. We got to have a master plan that addresses the runoff, the non-permeable acre and acre and acre of parking lots. Thank you. Let's save water, not down the sewers, in this parking lots.
Thank you.
Greg Keeler, Southfield resident. Now that John Grace is part of the master plan, or going to be part of the master plan, will it still be a project if it does not meet its historical designation? Will it still be there, or will that stop it? Since we are putting it into the master plan and when we're putting all this money into it, it should go through irregardless. The master plan should not, the acceptance of being a historic landmark should not stop this process if we're going to spend this type of money.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Seeing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. Council, is there anyone with any questions regarding this? Councilman Brightwell?
Chair, that was a very, very good presentation. I just want to add a little bit of current events. It just so happened 60 Minutes yesterday had a big program on rental housing and the lack of housing, and they tied it all to the recession that we had in 2008, 2009. They drove it all the way back because they just stopped building houses because of the things that happened back then. So this development, I think, is a contributing factor to the economic, the world events that are going on with respect to the lack of housing. So, and I think it's a wonderful project. I think it'll be a very successful project, and given the demographics and given the economics in the metro area and also in the country as a whole. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilman Mandelbaum?
Thank you. As we, and this is not a question, just more of a statement, but as we heard last week at the presentation where we approved the move from the R1 to the RUDD, you know, there is a significant need for senior housing in Southfield. These properties will be managed by the same company that manages McDonald Tower, River Park Place. They'll have amenities for seniors. It's going to be a wonderful development for seniors to really partake in, and I really think that this is definitely also going to enhance the neighborhood. We're adding sidewalks, we're redoing some of the streets and sewers in that neighborhood, so it really will come together to really enhance that area in Southfield and also enhance the amenities and the housing stock that is so desperately needed for seniors. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Seibert?
Yes, I just wanted to, and City Planner Crode can correct me if I'm misspeaking, but typically schools in neighborhoods and churches are zoned R1.
That's correct. Schools, religious institutions, and public facilities are typically permitted as a special use in R1 single family,
Right.
so that they can be located where the children are living.
Right. The plans call for an elevator, 2 elevators in the school to get tenants from floor to floor. The project is not being financed by the city of Southfield. I want to make that clear, that this is a project that is being financed by the Southfield Nonprofit Housing Corporation and Lockwood a Management Company, with hopefully with assistance through tax credits from the Michigan State Development Housing Authority. The city of Southfield has put a tremendous amount of investment in this corner of the city. Several years ago, all of the streets in the city were repaved. This year, Shiawassee, which is a major east-west, or actually goes sort of northwest through the neighborhood, will be repaved. Sidewalks will be added to Shiawassee from 8 Mile to Inkster. And also, we are in year 2 of repaving of Beach Road from 8 Mile to 10 Mile. As Councilman Montalbaum has said, we really have a need for this kind of housing, and this is really a creative solution to a obsolete building that if the city had to tear it down, or, as it's been vacant for years. It does have roof leaks. It has been vandalized. The last occupants of the building could not use the water in the building because it was not palatable. This really relieves the city of a very large demolition bill. I look at this as a win-win for the Southfield community. And we know that our housing office has nearly 1,500 applications for housing assistance. We also know that at River Park Place, Woodridge, and McDonald Towers, operated by the Southfield Nonprofit Housing Corporation, that there tends to be a 2-year wait to get a unit, a subsidized unit in those buildings. So I think I've answered everything. Hopefully, to Mr. Keeler, the application has been made to SHPO, which is the State Historic Preservation Office, for historic designation. It's not, and I would add that it's not just the building that is historic, it's the community and the development of that area, particularly with individuals like John Grace himself, who donated the land from his parents' farm, as well as Glenn Levy, who was the teaching superintendent at John Grace School, was really a very community-oriented person that did all kinds of things, like canning bees to provide food for the neighborhood kids. Every fall, they would gather fruits and vegetables and can them. He secured a bus to bring the kids to school. He acted as the bus driver. He took kids to the free dental clinic in Pontiac. He was a Boy Scout leader, civil defense. I mean, it's on and on and on, the things that John, in the John Grace community, that Glenn Levy stood for. And so that is why a school, Levy Middle School, bears his name. So what happens after SHPO is that the application for historic designation then goes to the United States Department of Interior. And hopefully the United States Department of Interior will designate John Grace as a Southfield National Historic Site. Thank you.
Thank you. City Administrator Zorn.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to add a couple of comments. When we started this journey, December 13th of 2021, the administration asked for a number of things, and we indicated a 2-year option for John Grace Arms Limited Dividend Housing Corporation to acquire the property for $1. We also pointed out to the city that you had a building that had lead, mold, asbestos, as the mayor has described, leaking roof, and continue to deteriorate. And part of it was to avoid a demolition cost. I think I've shared with a number of you privately. Unfortunately, in my career, I've torn down 5 schools, and it's kind of exciting to see an adaptive reuse of a school. This is a project that's been, about 3.5 years in the making. Council may recall, we had to clean up a deed restriction with the school district that had a reverter clause coming back to us. We also indicated we were going to need the appropriate zoning. When we looked at zoning options to do the minimum size lot, you'd probably get about 7 lots. If on $750,000 demo, we figured just your basis of your land would be $70,000 without bringing in any infrastructure. In addition, in the December 13th, we indicated we were going to need a pilot, payment in lieu of taxes. There's currently a pilot on one other property in the city, and then we were going to be looking for assistance from the Brownfield program. But here's one of the things I don't think has been said. When we look at assistance from the federal government, the value of this historic tax credit is about $3.4 million. Although that's not money coming into the city's coffers or money that would show up on our schedule of fixed assets as a grant, that is where the federal government is giving up something that benefits this community. And the same thing about the tax credits. The tax credit value in this deal is a little over $13 million over the next 15 years, roughly about $800,000 a year coming in. So the state of Michigan, 10 million people, they get $1.50 per capita. And we're bringing part of that money back into our local economy to rescue this. It is a historic building. Everyone in the state who's seen it, they're quickly agreeing. So there's some other incentives coming in. The nonprofit has spent about $170,000 to this point just to submit the application. We think we have an application that scores well. There's very, very hyper competition. I'm going to go back to 8 years ago when we were submitting the applications for McDowell Towers and River Park Place. Candidly, I never thought both would get funded at the same time. I thought the state was going to fund one, and we'd have to go through the application process again. This is, in my mind, a last-ditch effort to save this building, fulfill a community need for senior housing, which a 2-year waiting list at McDowell Towers, River Park Place. Our housing commission has a huge waiting list. We have seniors who are in need of affordable housing. Some of our seniors moving out of their existing home into these properties will create opportunities for new families, and hopefully they'll be able to invest in the housing stock and further preserve this. A lot of discussion about tonight the definition of sustainability. Sustainability is about taking care of the needs of the present as well as being conscious and sensitive to the needs of the future. And I think what we're doing here is taking care of a present asset, relieving the city of an obligation on this building and putting it into productive use that will serve, a building like this should have a life of another 100 years. And, I think it really speaks to, for those who've been fortunate enough to travel, Western Europe, this throwaway mentality's just got to stop here. And this is about what we need to try to figure out as a community. And I think this council in particular, what you did at Northland, is a shining example. This building, I want to just point out one final thing. It's eligible for the historic tax credit because it was placed into use 50 years before 1986. 1986 is tax reform. Congress said 50 years before. Some of us are pushing for other buildings, particularly some of the mid-century buildings we have. Few of those were placed into use prior to 1936. So I think this is a win-win and really fulfills a community need. And otherwise, 2 years, if we're still at this and we can't make this work, we're going to probably have to have another discussion. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Any other? Okay,
Madam Chair,
yes.
yeah, I might have asked this before, and I might have asked the assessor. This goes on the tax roll, right? This property, John Gray's, goes on the tax roll.
It'll be recognized as a national historic by the U.S. Department of Interior.
Okay, on the tax roll, would we tax that property? Would it provide tax value to the city?
No.
Okay, this is nonprofit, okay.
The community benefit here is we're providing a critical housing need for seniors, and the pilot, there will be a payment in lieu of taxes, so it won't pay taxes, and that pilot, as it is collected, is divided by all taxing jurisdictions. And similar, a couple years ago when the Finance Committee was looking at pilots, when we were talking about it, this is, in fact, what you were talking about, nonprofit entities making some contribution for the costs of services.
Okay, no problem.
You in particular, remember Boston.
Yeah, I remember doing the pilot. I got deep into that. I ain't talked to Boston about pilot. They got a lot of pilots in Boston. So that's okay. I just had that question. That was, something was lacking in my understanding there. Okay, good enough. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Frazier?
Yes, I think we need to keep our eye on this project to see if the adaptive reuse is working like we want it to, because there are other schools in the city of Southfield, and if the city of Southfield is growing older, that means that older people don't have children. And the schools are sitting there that we need to work closely with the school system to perhaps have those developed into housing. Doesn't have to be senior housing, but housing, it could be for young people, could be other kinds of housing, and if it was for young people, it could go on tax rolls. So I think we need to watch this very closely so that if it's, if people want to live in this place and it turns out to be successful, it can open the door for us to start communicating with the school system, with the school board, to put those buildings on the tax roll. So, and it'll benefit everybody.
Thank you. Mr. Crode, are you going to read the
Yeah, before I do that, I'd like to make a few general comments if I could.
Yes, please.
So the question about sustainability And again, our Sustainable Southfield Master Plan adopted in 2016 addressed sustainability as environmental, social, and economic. And I think that this project meets all three of those criteria. Environmentally, it's adaptive reuse. You're not putting bricks into a landfill, and there's a number of environmental hazards, the lead, the mold, and others that will be addressed. Social, it's meeting a definite need that's for senior housing and providing quality senior housing, as well as economic. There's economic benefits on the money that we'll be bringing in to the community, the neighborhood, and the project site itself. As you recall, we did work with the school district the last master plan go-around and identified 10 to 12 vacant or underutilized school sites where we created the residential unit development district as a tool to encourage redevelopment, such as we're seeing at McKinley and at John Grace. And some of the larger school sites that have a lot more acreage, it probably is appropriate to have a combination of multifamily in the existing school site as well as single-family, townhomes, and other smaller unit apartments to create a greater density for adaptive reuse. We've talked about the need for senior housing and the other types of community benefits that will come to the neighborhood with this development. And with that, there is a recommended resolution in your packet, and we are asking the council to adopt it as submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Council?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to move that we adopt the recommended resolution as presented.
Support. It's been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilman Mandelbaum, for the adoption of the proposed amendment to the Southfield Sustainable Comprehensive Master Plan to include the John Grace Revitalization Plan as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Council, next we have an ordinance to enact, ordinance number 1750.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that we enact ordinance number 1750.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilman Frazier, to enact ordinance number 1750, rezone 4.62 acres of land from R1 to single-family to residential unit development district known as RUDD, property located at 21030 Indian Street, Sidwell, parcel 2431-376-033. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our next item is to approve postponement of PSP 22-0001, extreme loans to a date certain of April 25th, 2022.
Okay. Do we need to entertain a motion for that?
Madam Chair, I move that we postpone PSP 22-0001, extreme loans.
To a date certain? To a date certain of 20?
Yes, to a date certain, yes.
Of
April 25th, yeah.
April 25th.
2022.
Support.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilman Frazier, to adopt the proposed postponement of PSP 22-0001, extreme loans, to a date certain of April 25th, 2022. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you very much.
Motion carries. Council, our next item is the authorization agreement with Kimmy Horn Productions, LLC, to arrange the Kimmy Horn Jazz Festival at the Southfield Municipal Campus this August 12th and 13th of 2022. I believe this is the 4th year that this is going on. Okay.
Madam Chair, I can speak to this.
Yes, please.
We have had very successful summer concerts when the city began partnering with Kimmy Horn Productions, and would like to repeat the event this summer. Last August, we had approximately 4,000 people attend per evening on the Friday and Saturday nights. We had tremendous response, positive response, and it's become sort of a signature event for the city of Southfield. So the terms we need to move this forward, we need council approval for the partnership with Kimmy Horn Productions, and then authorizing the city attorney to develop the contract along with the items that are outlined in the agenda item that are before you. I will tell you that the terms are virtually the same with two minor revisions, or actually three. Rather than round tables, she's asked for tabletops that we would provide. The beer and wine tent, the Friends of the Southfield Public Library would like to be part of, or using their nonprofit status to apply for the temporary liquor license rather than the Chamber of Commerce, as is done in the past. The Friends will also be selling water and pop. And then the final, the other change obviously is the date. It's still Friday and Saturday. Times are the same. This has been reviewed by both the city attorney, the city administrator, and the police department and the Parks and Rec department. The Parks and Rec Director Fields, who is in the audience, indicates that out of her community budget for community events that are not necessarily Parks and Rec generated, that $10,000 would be their contribution to as part of our partnership, providing the wash stations, the chairs, tables, porta potties, etc., that are again outlined in your council item. And then in speaking with the police department, Chief Barron this afternoon, the officers that are at the event, and of course the chief will always be there, as he attends every year. It's a combination of police overtime, as well as duty officers who are on traffic patrol. We have officers on Evergreen to help people cross the street safely. And the chief believes that cost would be no more than $16,000 for the 2 days of police coverage. And obviously, if we have 4,000 people on the front lawn, we'd certainly want to have a security presence.
Thank you for that presentation. Council, do we have any questions regarding this item? Councilwoman Banks?
Thank you. This is just our procedure regarding the front lawn. I remember several years ago, council had requested that contracts with reference to the front lawn be brought before council for review. And will the contract for this particular concert come back before us? And for those of you who are on council, 4 or 5 years ago, we had lengthy discussions, and I'm not just talking about Kimmy Horn. If someone else wants to come and use our front lawn, We said there were certain, procedures that we would put in place on, if the lawn was damaged, who would pay for it. We had a lengthy discussion about it, and I thought all contracts for the front lawn were to come back before council.
I don't remember us seeing any contracts. I know we had conversations that what we agree on, the attorney would put in the contract, but I don't remember, and if anybody else on council does, please remind me.
I personally remember it when the Jazz Fest was here. That was quite a few years ago. There was a lot of discussion about the contract on the front lawn. So,
Well, I'll defer to Madam Attorney, but I'm sure if we wanted to, but I don't ever recall seeing a contract. We always say signed by the mayor and the clerk based on what we agree in this setting to put into the contract.
If I may, Madam President, the contract for the Kimmy Horn concert, we've used the same agreement or contract since maybe 2016 or 17, but I don't have a problem with, sharing it, but it's been the same, and it addresses the issues that Councilwoman Banks mentioned. Also, I know at the Jazz Festival, I remember that it was really big, and there was fences, and it was a lot more in detail, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure, just looking at the contract today, it's the one that we've used every year since, I almost want to say 2016. I don't know how long, but I know at least when Sue Ward was here and she drafted an agreement, and then Beth Ray, and we've always modeled it for the Kimmy Horn Festival exactly how it was originally drafted. But I have no problem however you all want to do it, but I'm pretty sure all the things that you mentioned, Councilwoman Banks, are addressed in that agreement year after year.
And I haven't seen the contract, so I'm not sure. But I just remember the Jazz Fest, and there was another organization that wanted to come forward, and I thought they had to pay a deposit, and they had to pay for the police overtime. I'd have to go back through notes. I'm not saying Kimmy Horn, but I'm just talking about the policy for the front lawn, because we're establishing this here with this particular
The
event.
difference,
But who's to
the
say-
difference, Ms. Banks, is that this is a co-sponsorship of the city of Southfield with Kimmy Horn Productions.
Okay.
Someone, some other entity comes and wants to use the lawn, that's a whole different thing. This is co-sponsored. It's a partnership with the city. Typically, contracts do not go back once you authorize. So for instance, last meeting, you authorized the repaving of Shiawassee. You saw the bid. You don't get the contract. You approve the expenditure. The engineering department and the city attorney draft the contract. It comes to the clerk and myself. And then it's placed on file in the clerk's office. As Ms. King has said, certainly if you need a copy of the contract, you're more than welcome to see it, but it's not, this is again, a partnership agreement.
No, and I understand and respect what you're saying. However, I think they're two separate situations, and right now I'm just talking about the front lawn, period. If another organization wanted to come and use the front lawn. But, I would like to see a contract. That doesn't mean I'm not going to approve this evening, but I would like to see the contract. Also, if it says in here this entire event is underwritten by sponsors, what happens if we don't get enough sponsorship?
We've always had enough sponsors. We already have in the bank $20,000. And I got a $5,000 from MGM Casinos. I got an application today for their commitment. Miss Horn has a lot of connections. She raises typically $40,000-$50,000. It is an expensive event. The stage alone is a $10,000 price tag. The sound system, all of the artists for a two-day event are paid by her
Okay.
from the money that she raises. So again, she did this 2 years very successfully in Lathrop Village, moved here. It's always been very successful. And she had the ability to raise the money. And
So
again,
she raises the money or we raise the money? Because it says here the city shall,
what typically happens, for instance, someone came to me recently and said, I'd like to be part of the Kimmy Horn Festival. It was fantastic last year. How could I become part of this? I refer that to Ms. Horn. So that's what that language means. We are not raising money for this event. We're contributing through our Parks and Rec and Police departments.
thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Frazier?
Yes. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but the discussion that just went on, everybody's right, okay? I think what Ms. Banks recalls is, if I'm correct, is I think the Chaldean community put on a carnival on the front lawn, and there were some problems with, caused police to be involved in the thing, and they wanted to do it another year, and I think Councilman Fracassi is the one that brought up that our front lawn ought to be protected and not just given away for free. So we developed a contract for that. And then on the other hand, it is a combined event that the city is co-sponsoring. So it's not parallel issues. It's a little different, but Ms. Banks is right, and so is the mayor.
Thank you so much. The City Administrator Zorn?
In my 13 years here, a lot of the debate over the front lawn, types of events and things, but I think it's clear that within our planning goals, when we talk about placemaking, the recently approved authorization to submit a revitalization and placemaking grant, a RAP grant to meet to the Michigan Economic Development Corporation at the state. It's been about making these unique events and places. During my tenure here, you know, I think that first year we had fireworks. The year I submitted my application, huge festival. And we went years without really doing anything. And I think when Miss Fields came on, we did our Alexander Zonchak, I get the name right? Jazz concert, and we've been trying to build. But when we co-sponsor these events, you know, Oakland County come out and play, thousands of people, the family fun nights. These are the types of things we're talking about. I want council to be assured that sometimes the most painful things of all of these are the risk management concerns, making sure we're insured. And I know Ms. King, her predecessors as well, go through an awful lot of work to make sure those things are in place. The sponsorships on the Kimmy Horn are probably some of the best I've seen. And now I'm thinking, last community I was in, Summer Festival, was a $100,000 a year event over a course of 3 days. You know, big old bands, and it takes a lot to pull these things together. In the last few years, that is happening here. And I think you're building a signature event that Southfield can be proud of. And it takes a team effort. Our police department's there, fire department's there, our emergency management's there, Parks and Rec is there, facilities is there. I mean, but, you know, this is about a quality of life event, and, you know, I think of all the placemaking we're doing, this is the type of things we're working towards. It's, you know, leaving here on a Wednesday night and seeing a front lawn full, or, you know, driving in on a Saturday and you can't find a place to park, you know, and you see hundreds of people there having a good time. And, you know, we're fortunate that we have the resources as a community to do that, and we have something like a front yard or front lawn. And Ms. Banks is right. I sat through some conversations where it was almost like sacred ground, but it's there to be used, and I think that's what we've been working towards. When we did Evergreen Road, even the design was about, you know, can we eventually shut down part of the road and use that as part of your stage, your place where these things happen. And you know, so I think this is a good investment. When I look at the, I want to be careful here. I think this is a very good value for the city, because I've seen what some of these other things cost, and if you look at it on a per capita basis, we're getting, our taxpayers are getting a good value. And thank you, Ms. Horn. We appreciate it. She's, thank you.
You know, actually, I appreciate the questions, because if there's anybody listening that would like to be an advertiser or supporter of the concert, contact my office and I'll connect you with Kimmy Horn Productions.
Thank you. Ms. Banks, did we answer your questions? Okay,
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on council have a question? Okay. Can we act on this, please? Council?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to move the approval to authorize an agreement with Kimmy Horn Productions LLC to arrange the Kimmy Horn Jazz Festival at the Southfield Municipal Campus on August 12th and 13th of 2022.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Mandelbaum, supported by Councilman Frazier, for this council to authorize the agreement with Kimmy Horn Productions LLC to arrange the Kimmy Horn Jazz Festival at the Southfield Municipal Campus on August 12th and August 13th of 2022. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Our next item is the Southfield Police Department authorization to purchase replacement mobile data computers.
Madam President, I'll be fielding the next two items, as Director Hinojosa is unable to be with us this evening. This item in particular, we're requesting authorization to acquire 60 mobile data computers and laptops for 60 of our police vehicles. The laptops and the printers come with a 5-year accidental coverage. The cost is $4,078.36 per unit, for a total of $244,701.60. We do have funding in our equipment revolving account. That's account number 666-1711. And the purchase is from Dell and CDW Government. And I'll do my best to field any questions council may have.
Thank you. Council, does anyone have any questions? Councilman Brightwell?
What is the potential salvage value of the old equipment?
I'm sorry.
Let me try that again. What is the salvage value of the equipment that's being replaced?
Offhand, I don't know the salvage value within the resolution. We are asking for authority for the IT department, for our city purchasing pursuant to charter, to dispose of the assets upon consultation. Most of these computers are in excess of 5 years, and most in a standard depreciation schedule, you would write that off year one. I believe it's nominal, but the purchasing director would make that determination. It could be something that's put at auction and perhaps even sold on Minton.
Okay, well,
And again, all of the hard drive information and all of that is stripped out of these, so no sensitive data is lost or falls into the wrong hands.
Okay, well, if someone can just let me know there is either no salvage value or their minimum because that, it just, most things do have some salvage value, simply because of the material that is included in them. So if she could just get back to me, I won't stop this, but this is just from a finance standpoint, what kind of money we're getting back for the stuff that we're replacing.
I don't think they've made the final call on how they're going to be disposed of.
Okay. All right.
And I will request that our purchasing director come back and perhaps at a finance committee
Sure.
meeting and let her know, or
Sure.
let the committee know.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that it, Mr. Brightwell?
Yeah, that's it, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Councilman Frazier?
Yes. I know when we first started purchasing these computers for the police, they made a special, they are a special kind of computer that are designed to handle rough use so that they don't fail right, in case they get drafted or bumped around. These are the same kind?
It's my understanding that the laptops are, and that the printers will stay stationary in the car.
Yeah, but sometimes they get jammed around a little bit, so they can stand a little more rough handling than a normal computer would.
That is my understanding.
Yeah.
You may recall a few years ago, when I believe the director of IT actually tossed one where it's almost a military grade housing on it.
Uh-huh.
These will most likely be the same.
Good, okay. That's it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Banks?
Who will be installing these in the cars?
I'm sorry, Ms. Banks, can you repeat
Who
that?
will be installing the computers in the cars? Okay.
Who's going to install them?
Who will be installing the computers in the cars?
I believe the hookup will be who we're still calling our radio shop. Is that correct, Mr. Macrina? And this was, I'm just got to use this as a plug. We want to almost quit calling the radio shop, because they do far more than radios. They do the computers, the crash bars, and other items. But that'll be handled by our Department of Public Works Motor Pool.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, hearing no other questions.
Madam Chair? I'd like to move that we approve the Southfield Police Department authorization to purchase replacement mobile data computers.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Mandelbaum, supported by Councilman Frazier, for the approval of the Southfield Police Department authorization to purchase replacement mobile data computers as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I believe you have the next item as well, Mr. Zorn, the information of Microsoft Volume Licensing Agreement renewal.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. We are requesting authorization to enter into a Microsoft Volume License Agreement. This covers the software used by city staff for Word, Excel, PowerPoint, other various Excel products, WebEx being one. Our current contract expires April 30th. The annual cost on the renewal is $193,022.70. Funding is available in the tech services account number 101-140-1401-38 and the previous expense, this is an increase. Previous three-year average was $172,177.66.
Council, do we have any questions for Mr. Zorn regarding this item? Councilman Brightwell?
Yeah, I don't have a question. I understand the value of this, but this one and another item in the package brings home the necessity of putting forth the contract expiring tracking mechanism, because this thing is expiring this month. We should have got this 2 or 3 months ago. We knew it would be expiring. So this is, and I won't bring this up each time I have this pops up. A couple of meetings back, we had something that expired 3 months ago. This one expiring in April, and something else is expiring in April in this package. So that brings home the necessity of making sure that we developed our internal contract expiring tracking system. The tickler, we need a tickler to let us know when contracts are expiring at least 90 days in advance.
We can bring that forward. Councilman, you and I have had extensive conversations the last 2 or 3 weeks regarding contract negotiation or contract expirations and some type of tickler system. I shared with you what I have in my office, very rudimentary, works. Now I need to get something that streams down to where my staff is recognizing that, hey, this contract is about to expire. And some guidance on a timeline. Are you thinking 90 days before or 120?
Yeah, 90 days is good.
Okay.
But I only bring this up simply because it is, well, it's just disturbing when I see something in this package that is expiring. And that's just not efficient. I know Mr. Zorn and I have talked about it, but this is just my way of elevating it to the extent that it's getting a lot of attention. It will continue to get attention from me and the Finance Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Council, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the this item is presented. Thank you.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilwoman Banks, for the approval of the licensing agreement renewal for information of the Microsoft volume licensing that we have before us as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Our next item is the authorization to purchase office furniture in the Human Resources Department.
Good evening.
Good evening.
The Human Resources Department is seeking to authorization to replace office furniture within the department. The existing training room furniture was donated more than 10 years ago and has seen better days for sure. The desk and chairs in both training rooms are defective and pose a potential safety hazard. Additionally, the department is asking to replace furniture in both the director and deputy director offices, as well as purchasing 5 chairs for office staff. The total amount of the request is $16,197. The purchase does meet the requirements of competitive bidding in accordance with Chapter 8, Section 1.279, specifically contracting with or through another unit of government, namely the Interlocal Purchasing System, or TIPS cooperative contract. We do have funds available in our existing budget, and we are hoping for approval of this item.
Thank you. Council, do we have any questions? Councilwoman Banks?
Thank you. It says that you're going to purchase 5 chairs for 5 staff members?
Yes.
How many staff members do you have in the HR department?
I believe there are 10, but we have chairs that are still functional. There are approximately 5 that are beyond use, or that have seen are at the critical stage of the life cycle.
And then several years ago, I thought it was the HR department, maybe I'm talking 5 or 6 years ago, it was felt that am I saying this right? Ergonomic chairs should be used for employees, that sit a long time. This write-up says 5 chairs, fake leather conference chairs, they total $222 each.
Yes.
What kind of support are these chairs? I mean, I haven't seen an office chair for $220 in a long time.
I believe, I'm sorry.
And have the staff members sat on these chairs, the staff members that are going to be sitting on these chairs, are they comfortable with them?
I believe that they model some of the chairs that are already currently existing within the department, and that's why we picked this particular item. We do have some that are the same fashion, not likely the same chair, but something similar.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Frazier?
Yeah, maybe I misunderstood what you said. When you started out, it sounded like you said that the furniture in the training rooms was donated more than 10 years ago and it's in really bad shape.
Yes, sir.
But you're going to buy chairs for the office, for the director and staff?
We're asking to replace all of the furniture in both training rooms as well.
Oh, sounded like I misunderstood something. Okay.
Okay, you're good? Okay, Councilman Mandelbaum?
Thank you. Are all the HR employees back working in the city?
Yes.
So, in the training room, we're going to start having training
We've
as
been
well?
conducting interviews, using that as an interview source, and with the new DEI officer on board, we are anticipating amping up the use so that we would like to replace the furniture so that it first represents what the city wants for it to represent in terms of when folks walk through the door, we are the first impression, and the furniture in that department does not reflect a department where people may want to, it's not as inviting as we would hope it would be.
Okay, and then what is a square flip-top table set?
It actually is a table that you can take it, and they're individual units that are approximately 36 inches apart on their own, but you can take it and create other types of desk configuration with it. Otherwise, a U or a square, in order for, depending upon the use of the room, if you're doing a conference, and it actually will be really functional for the type of training that we're anticipating to have. It can be individual use or created more for a group to coalesce.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Council, we could entertain a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to move the authorization to purchase office furniture in the Human Resource Department.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Mandelbaum, supported by Councilman Brightwell, for the approval to authorize the purchase of furniture in the Human Resources Department. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is the authorization to pay increased invoices for our body shop repairs.
Good evening, Council.
Good
In
evening.
July, you approved funding for the repair of several vehicles. 2 of those vehicles were estimated at a total of $18,000. Unfortunately, after the estimate, induced damage that was not visible at the time was discovered, and the total was just a little over double to repair those vehicles, or $37,000. In fact, most of that damage was discovered after one of the vehicles was repaired, and a substantial problem was discovered with the frame. Although MMRMA is going to cover all but $1,400 of this, we still pay it out and they reimburse us. So for that reason, I'm asking for your approval to pay $37,048. Again, most of it we will get back, but it's still an expenditure.
Thank you. Council, do we have any questions for Mr. McRena? Seeing none, can we entertain a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to move the authorization to pay the increased invoices for body shop repairs.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Mandelbaum, supported by Councilman Frazier, for the approval to authorize the pay increased invoices for body shop repairs as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Our next item is the authorization to purchase the pump for the lift station.
Good evening again, Honorable Body. The DPW, A.J. Jensen with the City of Southfield. The Water and Sewer Department is asking for the purchase of $11,201.20. It is for the purchase of one of the two pumps. Quick background is this pump failed this time last year, and we opted to lease the pump with Mr. Zorn's approval, emergency approval, because it failed, didn't just eventually died. And thank goodness, because we needed that pump because we had 4 or 5 bad storms that year. So we're hoping we're not going to encounter that again. So with that said, we rented the pump with anticipation of replacing the station itself. The bid came in at very high, almost double than what was anticipated through engineering. And it was a stopgap for us, so we're at month 10 of 12, and conferring with Mr. McCreen and myself and Lee Schultz from engineering, we decided to just flat out purchase the pump because things have just gotten not any better. So we don't want to go through another lease, not to own the pump again. This will also save us considerable money because we've already paid for the install of the pump, which is over $3,000 to have them come out and install it. So we'll save that price, and just with the purchase of the pump, and the replacement of the station overall is undetermined until we can get costs that are more sustainable for our department.
Thank you. Council, do we have any questions? Councilman Mandelbaum?
AJ, does the price we're paying include depreciation for the year that we've had it?
I really tried to beat up the vendor because I'm with you. It's now a year old and it's used, and we're the ones who used it. So I looked into 4 different options. One was for rent to own. One was to continue renting, and I'm sure I do. And then, of course, the month-to-month rental, 6-month rental, 12-month rental, and a purchase rental itself, and then just to purchase itself. When I ran the numbers, any which way, they all came out the same. They were not providing any cost discount for a used pump. The only benefit we gain is the fact that this won't be an emergency. It'll go through regular channels, and B is the cost to not so much remove it, but to purchase another pump and have it reinstalled again if we were not to purchase this one. So I tried to beat them up on the price.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Frazier?
Yes. Now, when you rent the pump, they install it, right?
Well, when we rent it, that does not include the cost of install. What I was able to do is in our quick, because we need this pump to work. With Mr. Zorn's approval, he authorized us to just go out and buy the pump, or in this case, rent the pump until we figured out what we want to do later. In that flurry of chaos, the quote was for standard installation, which they said up to 3 weeks. We've had a long relationship with this company. I called up the owner of the company, Bill, and said, we need it now, tomorrow, was when we need it. So they forego, there was a price added, or not, let me rephrase that, to have it emergency installed, there's an increase in that cost. Our original cost did not cover, it covered standard installation, not emergency installation. So I beat them up and said, you need to come out here, and you're going to do it, and you're going to do it for us because we've been with you and dealt with you for many years. So we got emergency install at the scheduled install price.
Okay, you say you've had the pump for 10 months and it failed?
Oh, no, this pump is brand new. There's nothing wrong with the pump. The old pump, yes, the old pump had been there for many years and it finally failed.
Well, I guess I'm a little confused. What are we doing now?
Well, we rented the pump for 1 year. It was a
Yeah.
stopgap to get us a little forward in time till we figured out what we wanted to do with the lift station, because we anticipated replacing this lift station. It's old.
Okay.
And when the numbers came back, we had put they anticipated the numbers are coming in at $1 million. The engineering firm came forward and said, we believe these anticipated costs are $1 million. When they placed it out to bid, the lowest bid came back at $1.8 million, $800,000 more than we anticipated. And I'm tasked with providing the best possible product for the cheapest price, and that
Sure.
I felt we were being held hostage, and we could wait it out. These pumps, the other pump is good, and with your authorization, the second pump will complete both of them, and it will run, we can maintain it.
Okay, so you rented the one quit, so you rented another one to work until you could make a decision on, are you going to move the lift station, or are you going to keep the station there and replace the pump and whatever? So that's what we're doing right now, is you've made the decision, we're going to replace the one that you've rented.
Correct, because it would dishearten me to come back to you 1 year later, and now we bought the pump 3 times.
Yeah.
Because now we've got 2 rentals, and now we want to purchase. It was bite the bullet now. And I think where I may have confused you a little bit is when we demo the whole unit and put in brand-new pumps, we won't be able to use these particular pumps because it's going to be a brand-new lift station. Now, and that's the reason why we put the stopgap in, because why would we want to purchase a pump when we wouldn't be able to use it when we replace the station itself? So it's too hard, 6 of one, half dozen of another. Do we go for another year and lease? And we've now bought the pump twice, and then we still have to buy it again. It's best to bite the bullet, and we may never replace the station now. It could be 3 or 5, 6 years. We have no idea. So that's where the hard decision was, to come in to just buy the pump.
Okay, now, let me ask you a theoretical question. Let's say that you decided to move the station, but you couldn't use the pump. Are those pumps usable in other lift stations?
That's a good question, because they are a little different style, but it's kind of like an engine and a transmission. You just have to really find the transmission to suit your needs. These are a flue pump, or what we have in the other stations are a flue pump. In other words, they come in from I'll say the left, and they go out the right, whereas this comes in from the bottom and it goes up.
Oh,
So it's a little different style, but it's the same mannerism, it's the same mechanical properties behind it. What I had hoped to do is, that pump's worth something to someone somewhere.
Okay.
And possibly we could sell it back. Maybe not the number that we want, but it wouldn't be a complete loss of asset.
Okay, and I have just one last question. And I keep hearing on the news from other communities that they're having problems with their lift stations because people are flushing down the non-flushable stuff that the manufacturer says it is flushable. Do we have that problem here?
So you'd asked that question once before, and a legitimate question because it's happening, and I responded with no. And Mr. Frazier, I am here to tell you, we have had a lot of problems now. It went from 0 to 100 on us. So we're trying to be proactive. We have sent out PSA, public service announcements, on flyers on our 2 most problem stations, which would include Civic Center, but that's a grinder pump, so it deals with the flushables better, grinds them up. Groden Road, which is horrible and I couldn't tell you where they come from. There's not very many people on it. We sent out PSA pamphlets with those. And the third one, Pebble Creek. We sent out PSA. Anyone who was upstream of that station got a flyer. And in the flyer, it tells them to please do not flush the flushables. They're not flushable. They don't break down in the system. And then anybody who asks, I always tell people, we have much larger sewers than you do, in the sense we've got 8, 10, 12, 15, 18, and if we're having problems on a larger scale sewer, you are certainly going to have problems in a 4-inch drain in your house.
Oh, sure.
So those people are going to get it first.
Sure. Okay.
So to answer your question, it has elevated significantly.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Brightwell?
Yeah, AJ, I think Mr. Frazier brought my question. You partially answered. And when I saw that the station will be redesigned, and I wondered, would this pump be usable in the redesigned station? So I think you partially answered, but I didn't quite follow what all the answers that you gave. So in the redesign, if this station is redesigned, will it be redesigned around the pump, just simply because the pump will be there, or we potentially redesign it where we got to buy another pump?
We would have to buy another pump, and it will need to be a little bit more horsepower because we're currently at 15 feet. They want to go upwards of 23 feet deep, and that's part of that redesign. It'll stay in the same location. The way it's designed is literally shoehorned in there because there's underground facilities to the north, a storm. There's also a gas line to the north, and there's the road to the south / the freeway. So there's not much room in there. And the third part of the redesign is we currently have a knife valve. So the station itself doesn't operate 90% of its lifetime. The water's gravity fed, the sanitary is gravity fed, and goes straight to county line, a 15-inch county line, which comes right here to Evergreen, to the 54. When the county line becomes energized and starts taking on more water, and now we're no longer gravity fed, a knife valve comes down, and that's when it energizes our lift station, and that pumps it up higher, and we drop it into the top of the county line. So now we're force feeding the county line. What they want to do is take the knife valve out, which is an up and down like a butterfly, and turn it into a plug, which turns similar to like a quarter turn ball valve in your house, a quarter turn, and it shuts down. It's supposed to be more reliable.
Okay. So we will redesign this pump, is that correct?
Yeah, it'll need more power for more lift.
The moment you redesign it, you're going to redesign the station. The moment you redesign it, the pump is obsolete. Is that right?
Correct.
So when will this redesign be completed?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last half.
When will the redesign be completed? The redesign of the station, pump station.
We've already paid for the redesign of through the engineering firm, and then we sent it out to bid already, and that's where the whole process stopped. When we seen the money amount, we stopped it. So we don't have to pay for that in the future again. When, let's say, 3 years, 5 years, we come back to this and we send it out to bid again, and the numbers look good enough. Now, see, I believe I understand what you're saying, too, is if we can redesign it, why can't we redesign it with possibly using the same pumps? Now, it's a good question, because really a lot of that's just a hydraulic pressure. So maybe they could check the specs of the pump and see if they're capable of doing that. That's a good question. I can write that down and push it backwards to the engineering firm to ask them what's the plausibility of using the existing pumps.
Okay, I don't want to stop progress, and I think once you redesign it, it should be state-of-the-art. We should use the most efficient for that particular, for our community, for that particular spot. So I don't want to
Yes.
stop progress, but I'm just getting it, we are purchasing something that has the potential useful life of 2 to 3 years.
Right.
Because we're going to redesign this thing, it's going to be state-of-the-art. We're going to have the best equipment for that state-of-the-art. And we don't mind, obviously, spending for what is good for that particular location. I'm just trying to get at, well, there's always a cost-benefit analysis that go into everything.
Correct.
So you guys are telling me that it's more beneficial now to buy this pump that has a useful life of 2 to 3 years because we're going to redesign the station.
The pump's capable going many times that. It's spec'd for many times that in its lifetime. It's just when we replace the station, it may not be able to, I'll ask the engineering firm. If I may, on a side note, you're asking about cutting-edge technology. Currently, the station only has 2 or 3 reporting abilities, like a high wet well, a low wet well, station intrusion, little things like that. With this redesign, it will get a full SCADA package upgrade, generator and things like that to bring this thing from the, I couldn't tell you how old it is, from the 60s to the 2020s. So.
Okay. All right.
Madam President, and to the council, we leased this pump as an interim move. We were having it redesigned to be repaired. We went out to bid how many times, AJ?
Only once that I know of. We only had 2 bidders on it.
And the price came back substantially higher. I'm going to remind you, we bid it during COVID, and at the time, we thought lease it for a year, put the bid out. It was supposed to come in a little over $1 million, and the price ended up coming in at 1.8. And we said, you know what? We're going to hold off. I mean, prices have been very, it seems that, everything we bid, the prices have been a little higher than we had, much higher in this case. And in certain cases, why we've been bringing back when a vendor is willing to lock in their price for another year, flat work, we did that. We will always try to salvage a pump if we buy it, if we can find another use for it. And I wasn't aware of this one pumps up versus, horizontal fashion until that comment. But as soon as we can, we'll rebid it as well. But we'd like to see a little bit more stability in prices.
Okay. My only point being is that we're going to redesign the station. We have bought the pump, and the redesign of the station will take place in, let's say, 2 years. I mean, the station will be, hypothetically, I don't know, 2 to 3 years redesign. So we will have an obsolete pump at that point once we complete the redesign of the station. Is that?
Potentially, yes.
Potential? That's a high potential, right? Because you want to get the state-of-the-art pump.
Right.
So, okay, so we were buying something that will only be around here 2 to 3 years. Then we got to arrange to get rid of it.
Right. I can seek other avenues to see if either A, other communities want it, or B, would Jet Pump would want to buy it back. So I understand your logic. What's happening is in your logic, yes, we're losing that pump in 2 to 3 years, but potentially. The other side of the logic fence is I keep coming back for a rental each year. Now we've paid for that pump 3 and 4 times. That's where we don't want to rent anymore. We just want to buy, and there's no future cost incurred with that pump. Okay. So it's both avenues.
All right. Well,
It's the lesser of the two evils, I guess.
Okay, I won't beat this any further. I mean, in certain finance areas, is a study called lease versus buy. You know, what's the most beneficial for this particular thing? So, I'll just leave it alone. You guys are the professionals, but we'll leave it at that. And okay, all right, that's good enough.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Banks?
Okay, it's getting more complicated here. The pump is already installed, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the total cost of the pump is $11,201
And 20 cents, yes.
total,
Correct. There's no installation because it's already
installed?
installed. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Council, can we entertain a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to move the authorization to purchase a pump for the lift station.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Mandelbaum, supported by Councilwoman Banks for the approval to authorize the purchase of the pump for the lift station as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Honorable
AJ.
Body.
Our next item is the authorization to award the contract to F. Allied Construction Company, Inc. for Miller and Sims Park improvements.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Before I start, I wanted to recognize some Parks and Recreation Board members that have joined us in the audience tonight. We've got Adam Wolf, who's with us, Rosemary Allen, who's with us, as well as our Chair, Janine Reese. I want to thank them very much for their leadership and their support for our department and our city. Also joining me to my right here, I'm sorry, Chris, is Chris Riggert from OHM.
Good evening.
Parks and Recreation is seeking authorization to award the contract to F. Allied Construction Company, Inc. for the Miller and Sims Park improvements. Council, back in 2021, in the fall, Parks and Recreation engaged with OHM advisors to assist in expediting the construction of site improvements for Miller and Sims Park. At the request of the Parks and Recreation Department, OHM advisors generated construction plans for the proposed park improvements. Council has approved both those site plans for the parks. These plans were used to negotiate a construction price with the city's asphalt paving vendor, F. Allied Construction Company, out of Clarkston, Michigan, whose existing contract with the city for asphalt paving was recently extended. The company has unique expertise in the construction of these types of improvements. Based upon the pricing, the city's positive experiences with Allied Construction and their unique expertise in this area, OHM advisors recommended proceeding with the improvements with Allied Construction. This item has been reviewed by our finance department. In the total amount, construction project at Sims and Miller Park is not expected to exceed $1,115,610. That cost also includes construction costs at both parks, 5% contingency, and a 15% construction engineering and inspection cost. We were asked some questions when we proposed Miller and Sims Park at the last council meeting where you passed both of those sites. We were asked some questions about some illustrations for those basketball courts at both Miller and Sims. And so Chris is with us here tonight, and he's going to show you some illustrations that might make the picture a little clearer for council. Chris? You guys have the clicker there?
Good evening, Council. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening, especially for this exciting project. I know we're all looking forward to getting this off the starting blocks.
We prepared a presentation following our hearing with you at the site plan approval to address some of the specific comments and questions raised by council. What I have for you this evening here we go. What I have for you this evening is a brief presentation that provides examples of multi-use courts, provides you with the revisions to Sims Park and some supporting imagery, as well as supporting imagery for Miller Park. One of the questions that we heard when we were with you last was some questions about whether we could provide examples of courts that have multiple baskets on them. We have pulled a few examples, all of which are more compressed than the design that we're actually looking to install. The first image is of the typical basketball court layout, gym layout that maybe a lot of folks are familiar with from their elementary school, high school days. In this example, you can see a full court basketball court with secondary baskets on each side. In this case, there's actually 2 secondary baskets per side. You can see they're not striped, but they do provide multiple opportunities for shooting for a variety of users. As I said, this is much more compressed, but it is an example that folks may be familiar with of where we may see multiple overlapping basketball courts. This is an example of a park in Toronto, which is essentially an outdoor version of the gym layout, where you've got the full court basket, or full court court with 2 secondary baskets on each side. In this example, you do see that those secondary baskets are striped and they are overlaid, and it allows the court to be used flexibly depending on who the users are. So in this case, we see 3 different groups using the basketball courts. This is an example where we're getting closer to our layout, but it's still more compressed. Here we see a full basketball court, which is actually smaller than a standard regulation size basketball court, with a secondary basket on the half point line. In this case, the basket is actually much closer to the court than we are proposing within our scheme. And here's another example that shows secondary baskets on either side. Again, a more compressed court than what we are presenting. You can imagine that our secondary basket on the half court line will be upwards of 10 feet back from maybe what's shown in this example. So there are a number of other parks out there that do have secondary baskets, and they're used in a variety of ways, but it is pretty common to see secondary baskets overlaid on full court baskets to allow for more shooting when there's not a full court game in play. With that, I'd like to move to some of the revisions to Sims Court, or to Sims Park. The left is the original design that we presented to you with at the site plan meeting. It included 3 baskets, each striped for half-court play. We've transitioned to the design on the right, which now removes one of those baskets and rotates the half courts at the ends 90 degrees so that the play is primarily geared towards half-court play or shooting. This is in response to some comments that we received from residents who were interested in ensuring that these basketball courts aren't inviting folks from outside the neighborhood, but are really intended for people within the neighborhood to be able to walk to the park and shoot some baskets. So in this case, you're not playing a full court game, but there is a generous amount of space to play half court in 2 instances. We've generated these graphics to be able to show what the spacing looks like, what the feel may be. I'll say the colors are not final. We'll select those during the construction process. Here they're just shown conveniently in Pistons colors. The space between the 2 courts is 15 feet, so there's plenty of space here to play a half-court game. This is an oblique view from above where you can see the 2 courts. To the left, you can see a little bit of the tennis court and pickleball combo. Here's a view from the court level that shows what you may be seeing as a player and what the proximity may look like to the other courts. And here's a view from the other side illustrating the amount of space between the courts. The other park that we have for you this evening is Miller Park. After hearing comments, visiting the site and measuring, Ms. Fields and myself did visit the site and actually mark out where these basketball courts were going to be to test the spacing. And after generating the visuals, the team had a level of comfort in the proximity and spacing of these basketball courts to proceed as they are designed. Here you can see the color is applied where the paint may be, and I think the intent would be that these would function as 3 separate half courts, 3 separate painted keys with the ability to play a full court game, but really reinforcing that this is for 3 separate half courts. The distance between the outer limits of the arc is 10 feet. Here's an oblique view showing what that may look like. As I had said, the intent here is that we're playing half-court games and shooting at each individual basket with the option of playing a full-court game. So I think the way we'll proceed is to stripe the inside, of the three-point line and paint the inside of the three-point line for the 3 baskets. But that the full-court striping would exist but be maybe more of a gray or a more muted color. So the line work that appears most prominent is the bright white line work and the red and blue paint with inside the 3 keys. Again, reinforcing the idea that this is meant for people to be able to use 3 separate baskets. Here's a view from the court level. Like I said, we were out on site taking photos of the condition. You can see in the top right what the existing condition is like out at Miller Park currently. The image below overlays the proposed design with that existing image, and you can see that we're adding some asphalt to be able to push that basket back even further so that we have additional distance between the half courts. Here's another view from the other side, sort of rotating around that 3rd basket. Here you can see, again, the amount of distance that you would have between the baskets, which is in excess of 10 feet. So with that, that concludes the presentation that I have for you this evening, and would turn you back to Ms. Fields.
Sure, and we can answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mandelbaum.
Ms. Fields, in the letter, you referenced a contract with Allied Construction dated May 4th, 2019. Can you explain that?
Yes.
Yes, I believe that's the original asphalt paving contract that Allied Construction has with the city. It's an as-needed asphalt paving contract.
Okay, so that's why it didn't include fencing, landscaping, recreational equipment?
Right.
Okay,
Correct.
that makes sense. And are the colors that you're showing on the screen, obviously not the yellow people, but those are not necessarily the colors that we're using?
I'm sorry, we haven't finalized colors yet.
We'll select colors when the contractor submits the standard color line from the products that they'll be using.
What does that mean?
So depending on we've written the specifications for them to provide us with the paint, the coating, the surfacing. Depending on the product that they supply, there's multiple products that could potentially fit the specification that we wrote. So depending on the product they bring forward to us, they may have different colors available as a standard selection. So depending on the product that the contractor brings forward, the specific manufacturer will be able to provide or select final colors from their standard selection.
Okay, but both parks will have the same colors? Is that the plan?
You know, to be honest with you, I don't think that we talked about that, both parks having the same colors.
I don't believe the determination has been made yet.
I
Well-
appreciate that.
And I ask because I know a lot of times when we talk about Parks and Rec, we talk about identity. You've talked about identity and branding.
Branding,
And, to have the
absolutely.
same colors, the same signage, so people know this is a Southfield park, this is how Southfield does things, I think would, in my opinion, be important to have in some of these parks.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you bringing it up.
Even if it's a matter of, personally, I think if we're gonna paint the asphalt anyway, maybe put like a half-court Southfield logo in the middle, just to add a little something to
Absolutely. absolutely. That helps identify and then brings consistency through the park system, so I appreciate you bringing that up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Frazier?
Yes. Are all the baskets standard height?
Yes.
What about little kids that want to play? That may not be strong enough to throw the ball that high.
I guess I don't know what to say to that. We have,
Pardon me?
I don't know what to say to that. We don't, is there a lower type basket? I think when we get into adjustments, it takes away the integrity of the fixture itself, but we certainly could look into that. We really hadn't thought of that.
Yeah, I believe that where we had started were that these were going to be
All standard.
standard size, regulation hoops and courts.
Can we
Wouldn't,
look, I know the one by my house, you can
Adjust.
adjust it, because when I take my daughter there,
Yeah, that's what I said.
when I take the youngest one there, we lower it.
Sure.
I'm sure someone's got a device that does that.
Yeah, we can take a look at that for sure.
One of the half court, I mean,
I would have thought that the parks would be designed so that everyone can go there and play.
That's our attempt, absolutely.
Even if it's the side, the side baskets,
Yeah,
they could be at a different height than the.
sure.
Also, the fence around the basketball court, if someone happens to go up for a layup or something and miss the backboard or somebody just throws the ball over the fence, how far do they have to go to get the ball to get back into the, are there gates or?
Generally, the exit is right around here. I apologize if this is not working. It would be the bottom left of the Miller Park image is where the exit is.
So it's just an exit to get into the park? They have to go back to the exit
To get out of the fence.
Yes.
to get on the other side of the fence? Third thing is, the players bring their own basketball? Is that is that your
Yes.
plan? Okay.
Yes. Unless it's a program,
Otherwise,
it's a program that we're doing out there for the community and we would be bringing all the equipment. But yes, they would be bringing their own basketballs.
Okay, I was gonna say your budget has to be a lot bigger than it is if you're gonna provide the basketball.
It's not.
Yeah, I'm concerned a little bit about the standard height of
The height, sure. We'll take a look at that. It's a really good suggestion, and I'm sure that we'll be able to bring some other information to the table for our decisions going forward, but it's a great suggestion.
And also, I know you get a bunch of young guys that have more testosterone than they have brains, and try to tear the basket off. Are these tough enough to handle someone hanging on the basket?
Yes, they are. These fixtures specified are heavy-duty standard Parks and Recreation fixtures that are made for long-term exposure, long-term use.
Okay,
They're
all
made
right.
to take a beating.
Just don't want anybody to get hurt, and
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
and they will have nets on them,
Yes.
or chain nets, or just cloth nets.
I think our drawings right now do not call for chain link nets.
No,
They
they're
call
cloth.
for cloth nets.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Hoskins?
I'm all set, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Banks?
I'm glad to see the two half courts. And the residents around the Miller Park have not expressed any concern with reference to 3 courts there versus 2?
No, we haven't heard any concern about the 3 courts. The main concern that we received from the folks at Miller Park were in regards to the walking path that went around the perimeter of the park. They were concerned about the distance between the path itself and their fences, along their fence line. We've got a lot of support really from both parks for the basketball courts, but as Chris was speaking earlier, Sims being a neighborhood park there, we had some folks that were from the neighborhood association around Sims Park that were here that night of the meeting. They were really very supportive of the project, but wanted to have us give some thought to just having the 2 courts there. We certainly have 3 courts at Miller. We've got a large parking lot there. We've got 72-car parking lot, so it made sense. But I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Also, our family has played basketball for years. Our children started at 5 years old in biddy leagues. My husband was a coach. They always played the regular standard size basketball. They never lowered it, and they tried to teach the kids how to throw the ball, and even Gus Macker. I think Gus Macker starts at 7 or 8 years old.
It does.
They don't have the smaller rims. They're all standard for little and adults.
Sure.
So if you are going to learn how to play basketball, they try to teach them how to throw and dribble the regular height.
But your kids are exceptional.
No, no. Gus Macker there are kids from all over the place.
Absolutely.
An amazing, amazing competition. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Council? May I have a motion?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to move the authorization to award contract to F Allied Construction Company for Miller and Sims Park improvements.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Councilman Mandelbaum, supported by Councilman Brightwell, for the approval of the authorization to award the contract to F Allied Construction Company for Miller and Sims Park improvements. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Motion
Thank you so
carries.
much, Council. We're excited.
Our next item is to the approval to negotiate with Oak Park and Farmington Hills for the aquatic facility use.
Hello, Council, that's me again. I will be joined momentarily by Russell Malberg, who is our Recreation Operations Manager with the department. So he'll be joining me.
Terry, would you please speak more into the microphone? It's hard for us to hear you.
Sure. Boy, that's never the issue, but thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it.
She wants to be quiet on this one.
Not really. We are seeking approval to continue to communicate, negotiate with Oak Park, and have some conversations with Farmington Hills for aquatic facility use for this summer. The Parks and Recreation Department will not be opening the outdoor pool this season due to extensive repair and renovation costs. Proactively, we've been working to partner with Oak Park and had some conversations with Farmington Hills to secure facilities that will provide Southfield residents access to a pool with programming and recreational opportunities, including Southfield-only events. I will say that nothing is official at this point in respect to both cities. But with Oak Park, we have a proposed conversation happening right now where we would the city would allow, Oak Park would allow our residents to come in at a resident rate, and then we would pay the outstanding dollar amount that would come with that. So for instance, a $5 non-resident fee, $3 resident, our Southfield residents would get that $3 resident fee. They would keep track of all the folks that were using the pool, and at the end of the season, we would pay the city of Oak Park that initial $2 per person, per swimmer for the season. We've also had some conversations in being able to rent the Oak Park pool. They rent on Saturdays and Sundays, and so we've had some conversations about having a couple times a month throughout the summer, Southfield only days, where our city would rent the pool at no charge to our residents who would participate. And we would offer a picnic lunch or a picnic dinner, depending on the time of day that we offered those programs, and they would be for Southfield residents. So it wouldn't be any different than someone coming to us and renting our pool for a personal party for a 4-hour time frame. So we're in conversations there. As you know, our neighbors, Oak Park, have women's only swim and men's only swim a couple times a week over at Oak Park. And then also, we're looking at being able to give our residents some direction for swimming lessons. If nothing bothers us more than really not being able to open up a facility because it's past its useful life, is thinking about what our priorities are when we have an aquatics facility. And the number one priority is swimming lessons. It is keeping our residents safe. You're learning a life skill. You're learning a life-saving skill. And we feel that that's very, very important. So we want to be able to give our residents a resource list, if you will, in being able to access swimming lessons from some of our neighboring communities. Our fiscal impact, we talked over with the finance department, and so any monies taken or needed for this cost, for this investment for our residents, would be taken out of the Parks and Recreation line item under the sports arena and aquatics facility. I do want to be able to show you, with Russell's direction here, we want to be able to present the pool to you. A little bit of in-depth information about not only the condition of the pool, but the challenges that we've been facing every single year. And I think that I think it'll shine some light too. And I know that this council has talked about going forward with an aquatics facility, an indoor aquatics facility. So we'll have a little bit of conversation about that as well. And we'd like to hear your comments. So I will pass it over to Russell for the presentation for the outdoor pool.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Terry. If I can figure this out, we'll get through this together.
We can't hear you at all.
You can't hear me at all?
No, please speak into the mic.
I'll try. Is that better?
Yes.
Perfect. We'll get
Thank
through
you.
this together, I promise. All right. So Terry gave you a lot of background information there, but it's no surprise to any of you that our current pool is past its prime. It's been in steady decline for quite some time now, and we've patched it together, especially last year, despite serious repairs and persistent attempts to hire seasonal staff, just to give people an outlet, an outdoor specifically outlet during the pandemic. But it's no longer fiscally responsible, and more importantly, it's not safe to open our pool again. Here's where Terry stole my thunder. We intend to partner and we've been in preliminary talks seeking approval today to partner with Oak Park and potentially Farmington Hills. Our intent, as Terry mentioned, is to get our residents the resident rate, and we would cover the difference at the end of the season. The important things that we're really excited about are some Southfield only days, the opportunities for a handful of those throughout the summer. They also have at Oak Park men's and only swim, which I know is very important to our community here. They've got 4 days, 2 of each throughout the week already set in stone, with both men's and women's staff for each. We've also got the Southfield only days that Terry had mentioned, and potentially even the opportunity for our water aerobics instructor to work out of their pool a few days a week. That tends to be one of our most popular pool items. We get typically 19 or 20 per session. But I want to give you more of a comprehensive review of our current facility.
You'll notice the pictures are our current facility and not a more modern one. B&B Pools a few years back won the bid to open and close our pool each year, and they've been in business for almost, I believe it's 60 years next year, so for quite some time. And they mentioned when they were on site here that they think we're the only outdoor steel filter tank of our size still in the state that's in use. Something like news like that shows why it's so difficult to train staff to be able to monitor it. It's got the original tank and the majority of the original piping. Modern systems would have all PVC just to avoid the rust and corrosion. You can tell on that picture there, it says that we have plenty of those. It filters inefficiently, so backwashing, which is the process where you reverse the flow of water through your filter media. In our case, it's sand. By doing that, you dislodge the dirt and debris and oils that have collected, and then it gets flushed out through the waistline. On our existing type of filter, it should only have to be done about once a week. A modern one would only require it about once every 30 days. Ours right now has to be done at least 3 times per day. The inaccuracies in pressure that build up make us honestly the most cautious and the most nervous for this entire system because of the safety of it. We have vendors that go down into this pit area or refuse to go down in this pit area to be able to do any repairs. So they mentioned how pressure builds up, and we actually have to shut it off each night, whereas you would typically run it and be on a modern system, be able to monitor it remotely. We shut ours off just because of the pressure that builds up, so that we have to come in early in the morning the next day to get the day started. It also leads to, because of this, it leads to inconsistent chemical monitoring, again, which can be done remotely now on a more modern system. We also repair any leaks with welding or pipe replacements. And just to give you an example, last year in this area alone, about $25,000 just in repairs in that area. So the scope of a project like replacing our entire filter takes about 6 to 8 weeks. We reached out to 3 companies who gave us prices of $150,000 plus, and the process itself, which takes 6 to 8 weeks, involves heavy machinery and cranes, and in that area, even if we did undertake a project like that, we'd be disrupting kids' camps, which happen back there, any picnic shelter rentals, field rentals, and on top of that, with current issues, as we all know, with supply chain and inflation and such, there's about a 6-month lead time to even get a project like this started. Our main additional feature is our water slide. I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. It also is not only past its age, it's no longer usable. It's just to get it running last year, we had to have maintenance on the pump, and on top of that, at the end of last season, it failed its inspection with the state, with the Department of Licensing and Regulatory Affairs. They noted significant corrosion on the stairs and the trough arm supports, and it specifically says, due to excessive corrosion, the device has not been deemed safe to the public. So this, no matter what, would not be able to be used ever again. It's an outdated design and materials, so it's something that can't be retrofit. We reached out to 3 different companies, and none of them would give us an estimate on how much it would be to repair it. It's something where you can't repair, or you can't put a new slide onto our supports, and you can't put new supports onto this slide. You'd really, either way, be fixing half of a problem. And so we also reached out to be able to just get an idea of what an equivalent would give, how much a brand new equivalent would be, and both models were over $102,000,
And that does not include the removal or disposal, which it's, as you saw in previous slide, is embedded right into the concrete, which is also delicate and heaving, so any removal or disposal would be quite some project as well. The lights that are out there, as you can see on this slide, there's 3 on each tower. They're used for early morning swims. Some swim teams historically have come in as early as 6 in the morning, and then some stay late into the evening. Also, our men's and women's only swim on Thursday nights goes into the evening as well, so they get a decent amount of use during a busy season. There are 16 total towers, and only 6 of them fully work. 4 of them, at least 1 of the lights on it work, and 6 of them have 0 out of 3 lights working. We got an estimate from Moss Electric to modernize all of them, and that was about $23,500. On to Marsite and tile. So Marsite, meaning the coating throughout the entire pool, both the kiddie pool and the main pool. Every year, it's part of the opening and closing process, or excuse me, it's part of the opening process. To have minor Marsite repair done. A lot of the gaps and cracks and broken tiles can't be seen until the pool is completely drained, so you really have a short window to be able to perform these minor repairs, but as you'll see, minor repairs are becoming major repairs, major needs. Many of the areas that have been repaired are also now being repaired on top of the repair, just like drywall or something where it gets weaker every time you're doing it. If you don't repair it, it's going to lead to sharp edges and the exposure of your waterproof seals. And we did a study just prior to the pandemic starting in 2020 with Robertson Pools, and it cited structural integrities throughout with both lifting and heaving of the gutter system and the pool deck dropping behind it, which is an indication of leaks being in the pool. So we also wanted to make sure we got estimates for either of these, knowing that it's going to be quite some project if you were to try to keep this pool up to safety standards. The kiddie pool is about $9,600 to be able to Marsite the entire thing. And then the main pool, during that study from Robertson Pools, was about $357,000. The important thing there is not only is that a large price tag, but we reached out to them again recently, and just to see if those prices from that study, which were about 2 years ago, are still accurate. And he confidently said that you could guesstimate another 20% on top of that, just with the weight of the world as we're in. So there's our gutter system, and you can see the separation between the gutter and the Marsite. Our gutter system is built to outdated standards as well, whereas it's not isolated from the pool deck. So if there's any damage to it during any Marsite repair or renovation or reconstruction of the pool, it's something that cannot be repaired or welded, and so you'd be replacing the entire thing, which is about $320,000, again, plus about 20%. The concrete itself, it's tough to look at. So if you were to take a lap around it, you'd notice a lot more than just these few spots. There's gaps and cracks and heaves, and it gets worse annually, which leads to trip hazards, obviously, and puddling, and again, damage of waterproof seals with water getting into these. We did some mud jacking last year prior to the season just to alleviate some of the trip hazards, but these pictures are taken even after that. There's still some problem areas that are only getting worse. The drawbacks of our existing pool, the one that screams out the most is that it's not ADA compliant. An ADA compliant pool of our size should have 2 accessible entries, whether they be a lift or whether they be what you'd call a zero depth entry. It's depreciating rapidly. There's exposure to the elements, not only our slide like we've seen, but the concrete and railings and the foundation itself, but even the ancillary items like lifeguard stands and chairs and tables are all depreciating pretty rapidly.
It's also only open about 10 or 12 weeks per year, so there's not year-round opportunities. You still close, even with the 10 to 12 weeks tops, you still close due to storms and it being Michigan and cold, even in June sometimes. It's really difficult to staff for, with it being only 3 months, and a pool of that size. If you're going to run fully operational, you need over 20 lifeguards on staff to be able to handle the amount of that pool that pool is. And you even see other cities and counties reducing their offerings or potentially closing due to some of those things. It's also very expensive, which I'm sure you understand. We spend over $100,000 in seasonal staff alone for that pool. And that does not include the chemicals or opening and closing costs. And there's truthfully just better options nearby. We're losing Southfield residents to other pools. I know even some of our staff members who go elsewhere, outdoor versions at Oak Park and Pleasant Ridge, and then cities like Troy and Farmington Hills have made significant investments into indoor facilities as well. And our revenue just isn't there to be able to justify it. In the last 4 operating seasons, $60,000 is pretty good, and again, $100,000 in seasonal staff alone, so it certainly isn't fiscally responsible. And the 50-meter version like ours is, which is a standalone version, is becoming incredibly rare. It's just too big and too expensive, and other cities are noticing it too. Cities like Livonia and Jackson in the last decade or so have taken a similar pool and renovated it to be something else. So all of the repairs that I mentioned there are over $1.1 million. Again, many of them needing an increase of about 20%. And you'd still be left within a pool that's not accessible, that has an archaic design, that's open for only about 3 months per year, that has really poor locker rooms, which weren't mentioned here, and loses us money. And it just kind of leads you with the need for an indoor facility, one that's accessible and inclusive and that has year-round opportunities for lessons, open swim, lap swim, programming, rentals, lifeguard certification classes. And our residents want it. Every time we've done a master plan meeting or an open house session, or even just in passing, members of this community really, really want one. You can build momentum staffing for something that's much more regular and year-round. You can hire, certify, train, and retain your own people. And this isn't just for entertainment purposes. Like Terry said, you'd be teaching residents a life-saving skill. You're keeping your residents safe and healthy. And that's all I've got. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Terry, do you have any other comments right now?
I don't. We would like to entertain any questions that you might have about our proposal and having some conversation and going forward. But we did want to talk to you a little bit and show you a little bit about the pool and the extent of the repairs and what we're looking at right now. I know that we have in our master plan a study for an indoor aquatics facility. We're looking at what our options would be for an aquatics facility going forward. So I would propose that we move that up a bit in our schedule. But right now, we're trying to secure a place for our residents to be able to swim. So, but we can take any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Mandelbaum?
Thank you. I don't know, Russ or Terry. Is the pool 100% unusable this season?
It is.
And I know that we just did our park master plan that you just referenced, but I'm assuming we knew last year that this was not going to open.
Not necessarily at all. We knew last year we were pushing the envelope with the repair that we had to make with the one pipe. I think we spent something like $10,000 or $11,000. It's always our intent to be able to take care of what we have so that we can continue to get more usage. But the more especially at the end of the season, so when they close the slide down, That was the other part of it, is the amenities. A lot of people come to the pool, yes, to swim, to sit on the side, but also, boy, if we don't have that slide going, we take a lot of heat for that. But really, even before the end of last year, when they were opening the pool, they were talking about what Russell had inferred about that filter pit, the pressure that's there. And that it is so much so that we have to operate it differently and that we turn it off at night. Well, you have to turn it back on and people have to be around it. So the more conversations that we were having, even at the opening of last year's pool, and then as the season went on, we really started calling our vendors. Ben Ruthenberg is here, and Ben is our facility supervisor with the pool. So it really was it's been an all hands on deck, quite honestly, with anything when it comes to the pool, just because we never know if we're going to be able to open it. And every year I have a conversation with Fred and say, these are the things that happen. We're moving on this quick, and sometimes we don't find out until we drain that pool and start to do the repairs that we need to. But we really did start to get some vendors coming in and talking to us, if they would at all. That pool was opened in 1971. So it's over 50 years old. Russell was not lying when he said this is the only filter system in the state that has the steel components that it has, and it can't be fixed to the extent of making it safe.
Yeah, and growing up, my parents had a pool in their backyard, so I do understand a lot of the maintenance that goes into it. Even when you have a private pool, it can add up with deferred maintenance and everything else. But if we plan to fix the pool, which I would, or redesign, if you will, which I strongly advocate, because this is something that gives kids enjoy it. I know that when I've come with my kids, all they want to do is go down the slide or the climbing wall. And I think that, unfortunately, so many programs or so many cities are losing ice arenas and pools and everything else, and I think that we really need to figure out a way to keep it going. So the question is, if we're going to speed up the process of trying to figure out what we're going to do with our pool, I think the best solution, if it's unusable, it's not safe for it to open this season, I fully support trying to partner with another community. But I would like to start almost immediately in coming up with a plan. I don't want to wait till the end of the summer and then we say, oh, by the way, this is what we're planning to do and we hope to have it open in 2023. I'd rather, even if we have the work being done this summer, which would be amazing. Again, I don't know everything that's involved in all the costs, but I think if we can show the residents that we are actively working on creating a better experience in our pool, I think it will go a long way, and there won't be as many unhappy residents saying, oh, look, the Southfield's closing the pool, because there's still people who are upset about the Beechwoods Golf Course. And I don't want this to compound onto, oh, look, there's cities just closing everything. And I would really want to see us see a pool study or a renovation plan done quickly, but obviously efficiently as well. If that's, I don't see why it's not possible, but I think it would be very possible to get that done.
I appreciate it, and we agree. I think the other component that we certainly know in Parks and Recreation, and we certainly all know here tonight, is about community engagement. So being able to have some conversations with our community about what they would like to see going forward, and giving folks a voice. I never want to come to a meeting and talk about not being able to offer something. But I also know, too, that safety and fiscal responsibility is very important. It's never easy to redirect our attention for something that has been here for such a long time, right? We're talking about it with schools and finding ways to redevelop. The golf course was not an exception there. It's a beautiful piece of property. And so those were hard decisions, but I think they're decisions that keep us going forward and find us in a positive way as far as a department. And I don't think this is any different. I think that if we were to give you the numbers, I know that sometimes watching these presentations can be a little bit painful, right? It goes on and it goes on and it goes on. But it was about 10 or 15 minutes. We've had the last 5 years, just me personally, of being able to try and figure out a way to make it work every year. If I were to give you the numbers going forward, you would scratch your head, right? Because then it becomes how much do we invest, how much do we make, and what do our residents receive for that? And I think this is a way for us to start over again. Going forward. So I agree with you. I think that it would be a mistake to rest on our heels here. We have no intention of doing that. There is no rest in Parks and Recreation. So going forward with this, we do need to reach out to some folks and bring some people on board. Fred and I have had a lot of conversations about that. Russell and our staff and our team have had some conversations too. We've had some really good ideas from this council. I know that Councilwoman Banks had talked about, having an indoor pool, but having the opportunity to have an outdoor pool as well so that it's open air. I have no idea how much that costs, but we can find out. So being able to have those conversations internally and reach out to some companies right now to get some ideas for that. I'm not saying that having a study wouldn't be a good idea, but I think too that we have some ideas internally, administratively in our community that we might want to see going forward. And then, there's never not transparency going forward. It costs money to build new facilities. And then there's a responsibility, right, of it being sustainable. So we certainly don't want to build something that we can't fill with folks and that we can't program with programs. So I won't say that everybody gets their wish list, but I can say that it would be our wish that whatever we put together, we would be able to sustain over the years. So yes, I agree that a combination going forward now is a good idea. And I think, I'm not going to speak for City Administrator Zorn, but I know we've had some conversations about that and some of the ideas from this council as well.
Right, and I know that, when you hear, oh, let's make it an indoor pool, right, add a cover that you could, a movable roof, which is doable. Obviously, there's expenses. I see the treasurer's in the back. Maybe he can find us some extra coins in the cushions. But I think that we also have to look at it by making by doing something like that, and we have year-round revenue.
Absolutely.
And we have year-round experiences. The return on investment may not be 2-3 years, but it will be there eventually. We have to figure out what that cost is, and I would love to know what that would be, because I very much believe that if you build it, they will come. But I know that growing up and even with my kids right now, we end up going to. We've gone to Berkeley High School for swimming lessons. We've gone to a lot of the other public entities that have that year-round option, because you don't want to take swimming lessons in the summer and then not use it again for another 8 months or 9 months in Michigan. So I'd be very much looking forward to getting a pool vision, if you will, off the ground.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Frazier?
Yes. For the amount of money that you had up here, that's just to do everything. If you did everything, it would cost that much to bring it back up so it was safe and all?
Yeah.
$1 million.
Yeah, and that amount, like I said, many of them were from that 2020 study that was done just prior to COVID, so you'd add quite some, and then you'd still have, there's some things that weren't included, like the locker rooms, like I mentioned, that are attached, that are
poor, to say the least. The railing system that's around there is rusted and beat up. Even the foundation itself, if you take a lap around that area, the brick, which matches the brick that we're surrounded by right now, has separations between them. Yeah, it's
Well,
definitely.
you don't have to do any more convincing. But my question is, what would the recommendation be? Is that to dismantle this pool and replace it with another pool in the same spot, or at a different location, or?
I think that footprint is definitely, that area is definitely possible. Some of the drawbacks of the existing pool are not only its life, but its size, how much room it takes up, how expensive it is to run. So maybe that area, but not that same footprint, not a pool of that size. It's certainly beyond just putting a roof over that pool. Maybe that area, but it would not be that pool.
Well, if you take this pool out, it wouldn't be that pool. It would be another pool. It would be a
We could
different
start,
pool.
right, and I think what Russell's saying too is the footprint of it could stay the same, the design of it would definitely change. The design of this pool, well, it'd be convincing you again, you said you didn't need it, but a little bit of this is the design of the pool in and of itself costs a lot of money because there's a lot of blind spots. You've got the 50-meter pool for the swim teams that come in, and then you've got other areas around the corner. It is a lot of water to guard. Russell's right. It takes about 15 people to open up the pool, 4 guards in a day. So for that particular site, I think that it's a great home for the facility. What the design looks like, I think that's the question. Do we want a pool? Do we want a pool and a wave pool along the outside so that you can walk against the water? Do we want a site amenity there like a slide? I think all those things, all those questions come into play, and I think the answer is yes. Because we want something that will get folks to leave their houses and come and play, come and celebrate. Birthday parties are a huge revenue source with indoor aquatics facilities. They would rather come and mess up our place than mess up their homes, right? So we can put things in place. We have some shared space there at the ice arena. Councilman Mendelbaum was talking about, you see a lot of ice arenas and a lot of pools disappearing. We don't want that to happen. As a matter of fact, we want a product we can be proud of. I think that with the ice arena, we've made some steps there, and I'm telling you, that is one of our highest revenue generating facilities. We make about $250,000, $250,000 with ice rentals and programs. So we want to marry something up to that facility that makes sense. Councilman Frazier, what that looks like at this point in time, I think I'd be making a mistake out of putting Terry's dream out there, because Terry's job is to serve the dreams of the city. So I'd want to hear from our residents. I'd want to hear from our staff. I'd want to hear from our administration. In the end, it's our responsibility to make sure it's fiscally responsible and sustainable. So I don't know what that looks like. I can tell you, though, that having an indoor space and being able to grow a grassroots program across the board is something that we certainly could benefit from. We would be raising lifeguards up in our swimming classes. We would be having mom and tot classes so that moms weren't afraid to go in the locker rooms that we have, because we can clean them 100 times and they don't look clean, right? That's where we're at right now. Hockey players don't seem to mind as much as our swimmers do. But we certainly get our hockey players in and out of there. But the ability to be able to grow your programs and to grow our swimmers there and to retain, in talking with a couple of my colleagues, they're having to offer lifeguard academies. Lifeguard academies are an opportunity to certify lifeguards in their own facility. In order to do that, you have to have an indoor pool. You can't wait until April or May when it gets warm, right? So a lot of these places are having to train their own lifeguards with the notion and knowing ahead of time that that lifeguard may not work for them. They're willing to set up those classes, they're willing to bring them in and train them and hope that they will stay and lifeguard in their pools. So you really do raise lifeguards, you do really have swim teams. That's why you can have a swim team then, right? We have kids who like to swim. If the high school pool isn't open or the swim team isn't happening, there are other communities like Pleasant Ridge and Huntington Woods who have swim teams, summer swim teams. That would be wonderful to get into that regional group and be able to compete and offer some opportunities. So us looking forward and seeing what that space looks like is our job as professionals in this field, to bring that information back to you, to have you part of it, but to certainly engage with our residents.
If you had to take just a wild guess at replacing this pool, do we have the money to do it?
No, not in my bank account right now, but I know that there are opportunities out there right now with recovery funds and with grants and with making recreation spaces happen and happen in healthy ways. I would not let that stop us from going forward. I know, Fred, I didn't mean to interrupt, but.
I'd like to just remind council, only 3 years ago, Parks and Rec was in a deficit spending on an annual basis. The last 2 years, they've operated in the $700,000 to $800,000 plus basis. So you're starting to build your fund balance. 3 years ago, it was the general fund that put the money in the, Beechwood for that renovation. Parks and Rec did pick up the parking lot piece of that. So you've been slowly making some improvements. The items you approved last week, 3 investments in Park, Civic Center, Stratford, and Bedford
Freeway,
Freeway, yep.
Freeway and Civic Center.
Park, and then tonight, using recovery dollars, Sims and Miller Parks. And the tail is real consistent, and it was, identified in the master plan. Our park equipment is 70, it's the age of the city. It was put in when the tax base was growing. It was put in before the Headley Amendment. It was put in before Proposal A, all those things that cap you. And then I need to point out, at some point, the city had a performing arts center. That entire venture was charged to Parks and Rec. So that challenged a lot of your resources, where they were being funneled to and how they were being used. So you've been moving that ship I think in the right direction, starting with your master plan that you did 5 years ago. Remind you that the master plan that you just went through, part of that whole exercise was waiting to see what the state of Michigan does with their recovery dollars. Prior to the recovery dollars in the pandemic, the state was looking at a large bond similar to what we did in the late 80s that provided some new resources. I think the question that you need to, what are we talking about ballpark? Is this a $6 million venture? When we were looking at the ice arena to rebuild that structure, we were talking $6 to $8 million. Is that the type of expenditure? And very, very much, it all comes down to what our priorities are going to be. A lot of the park analysis has been about safety, risk management, accessibility. The pool conversation, again, is the same. A pool that's safe to operate, that doesn't exhaust, learning filtering systems have to be shut down at night because it doesn't filter properly. And during the course of an 8-hour day, has to be stopped and the sand back flushed, I think. Backwashed.
You got it.
Is the term. These are all part of it. So I think, I've heard Councilman Frazier, Brightwell, as well as Mandaball, what is our approximate ballpark frame. And tonight, what we're asking is allow us to negotiate in a regional cooperative fashion. It appears a lot of our residents have been using Oak Park's pool,
Yep.
and we know a lot of our residents have been using Farmington Hills. They have been paying a non-resident rate. We would like to go to those communities, and Terry and Russell have already laid that foundation with the communities that will augment the cost and have a Southfield days, and at the Oak Park pool, we'll be
Oak
able to
Park,
take
yep.
advantage of the men's only swimming and the women's. But we do need to take a step back and look at what we're going to do with this pool. And I will tell you, much of this ties to last Tuesday. I think I had a number of my managers, well, I know I had them together. I'm not perhaps recalling the right day. But we were discussing the recovery, coming back to council. And one of our constant turning points is this municipal campus. And one of the items we need to, put to bed or decide we're going to move is, are we staying or going here? Because so many things turn on that one decision. Because when we got into it, we were talking the Field Zone and their 20-year lease, the Miracle League and a lease that needs to be renewed, and then the pool. And, a couple months ago, I said to Terry, take a look at Clayco tilt-up panels. Most of the new ice arenas are a prefabricated tilt-up panel and foundations that go up quickly. When she talks about reducing the size of that footprint, it can be reduced within that existing footprint. When I went and tried to peer through the Oak Park pool the other day and just to see the size of that, the zero depth, the separate space where the youth and the children are, in a larger area for more, I'm assuming there's a lap time to do lap swimming and that, but could it fit on top of that? A box, a new locker room that could eventually service both the ice arena and the pool. Terry and Russell, we talked, the heating and cooling are very different. The ice, if you got an indoor pool, perhaps there's some heat generation off that, the equipment that produces that ice in the winter months. We talked about roll-up doors. I mean, there's a lot of things we could come up with. And I think the first thing, I think Councilman Frazier, take a wild guess, and I use it, some wild assumption guess, swag at what this could run. $6 to $8 million, $9 million wouldn't surprise me. The last community I was with built a 144,000 square foot, two sheet ice, 2 indoor soccer facility. That was about a $16 million project in 2001. Just to give you a ballpark. So, 2 sheets of ice, 2 indoor soccer, a large common area. A common area that probably holds about 500 people. We would probably just be looking at one of those boxes, probably 30,000 square feet, and you start playing 200 and a quarter a square foot. Our friends who build light industrial space, the Clayco tilt, they like to tell you, we can bring it in at $100 to $150 a square foot. It comes down to the finished materials. That's part of it. So we'd like to run this on a dual track, be authorized to enter into a cooperative, get us through this summer, and then we would come back, probably the direction of Council President, start with Finance Committee and the Rec Advisory Board and run it on a dual track. A lot of this is long-term forecasting. The administration has consistently said, think back to your transportation asset management plan. You need another $5 to $6 million a year for roads, and our facilities is easily another $4 to $6 million a year for roads. Now, the good news is you built a fund reserve of $16.5 million in just a 3-year period, and I think that's taken a lot of discipline to make that happen. Yep. So we can come back with a swag guess on what it would cost. So
Okay.
Well, to carry on my point, I don't disagree that it doesn't seem feasible that this pool is safe enough to open up for swimming this year. All those things that you say you've looked at, and they're real. There are too many things that need to be fixed in order to have a safe pool. Now, we have two issues that we're talking about. I guess we got them kind of smushed together. One of them was, what do we do this year? And from my perspective, I think we ought to try and make a deal with both Farmers and Hills and Oak Park to give our people some place to go, because I don't want to subject our people to an unsafe play thing, a swimming pool, when we have alternatives. The other piece of it is, what are we going to do about this? At one time, we had 2 pools, we had 2 ice rinks. Now we have 1 ice rink and a half a pool. So we need to talk about it and talk about it seriously, how we're going to do it. If we put a survey out, you know it's going to come back that we need a zero-depth pool. People have been talking about zero-depth pools for the last 10 years probably.
Absolutely.
And tonight, when we started our meeting with, well, early in the meeting with John Grace, and the selling point on that is our community's getting older. So we need to convert John Grace into a senior living center.
Sure.
So if the Southfield's getting older and we need more senior housing, how does that impact what we do with the pool? I think we need to split the two things, because the presentation kind of mushed the two of them together. Split the two things so that if tonight we're going to talk about what do we do this year, then I agree with Councilman Mandelbaum that we can't wait till the pool closes or doesn't open this year and wait late in the year before we start planning on what we're going to do, because that just delays it for another year.
Sure.
So,
We understand. I think that if we were to have come to you and talked to you about, just assuming that you would understand and would have a knowledge and have some information on the pool, and just said, we're going to go to Oak Park and talk with them, I think that would have been a mistake. I think it was important tonight to at least be able to show you a little bit of that background, and I agree with you. I think having a separate meeting and a conversation going forward on the future of the pool is on the game plan for sure.
okay.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hoskins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman Mandelbaum and Councilman Frazier and our city administrator all kind of said the things that I was thinking about. I mean, Russell, you did a very good job of illustrating the need and the issues with our pool. I mean, I didn't even want to drink water. I thought I was going to drown right here in the chamber, because I mean, you did a really good job of illustrating like the issues that we're facing. And Councilman Frazier, pointed out, I mean, even if you had the prices up there, how much it would cost to fix, but realistically, it sounds like it's not fixable. Just a lot of the issues that we have. And what everyone's saying, yeah, we need to really think about what we're going to do going forward with our pool. I mean, I too am in agreement that we should have that option available for our residents, and we should definitely look at sooner rather than later what that option can be. And our city administrator also brought up, if we're going to look at that option being here, we should also decide at some point what we are going to do with our municipal campus, how that's going to work. There's no point of making large investments in the property if we're going to make wholesale changes of it anyway. So Those are just my 2 points.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Brightwell?
Okay. I think a lot has been said. Two things are for certain. This item on the agenda will be approved, so that's a given about Park and Farmington Hill, whatever. The other thing is, we did a comprehensive need assessment, and I will always bring this up. It should have been on there, we need a pool, the comprehensive need assessment. To get this ball rolling and not to, because it's a given, we cannot, I wouldn't feel comfortable having people in that pool. I would think a hole would open and go away. We'd be sued for a death or something, you know. So we really should just close the pool permanently, start immediately right now with Mr. Zorn's guidance, planning what to do with a pool, because I'm assuming the city needs a pool. Every city I've ever been in, they had a pool for kids and residents. So I think as of right now, we start planning for a new pool and just shut that one down permanently. And the next part of it is we should obviously, I always go back to finance, and I will talk to Mr. Zorn about this, but if we come up with a figure based on your plan, which should be, from a guidance standpoint, a preference would be an indoor pool to accommodate the individuals and citizens year-round. But can we finance something from bond issue, or are we out of bonds already? That's just a what if.
That is within the realm of possibilities, but we need, that would be type of modeling we look at, as we go through. What are our assumptions, what are our costs? But that would be, okay. And the market is still really good rates.
I know right now it's an idea, but I just wasn't sure we were up to capacity based on how the rules and regulations of bonds. But anyway, the thing of it is that this is a need, and it should be started right away with respect, shutting that thing down and replacing what we have, coming up with best ideas. And the comprehensive need assessment, we paid $200,000 for that to tell us what to do with this campus in the whole city of Southfield, all the city product. And a part of that was determining where we want this campus to be. And so that decision has to be made sometime relatively soon, because we bump up against a lot of things like where to put charging stations. And it goes back to, are we going to stay here? So that decision has to be put on the table. It's been on the table since we completed that need assessment, but it hasn't been decided on. Or it hasn't been put forward from a standpoint that this needs to be determined. So all in the spirit of getting things done, we should just, I'm not sure you guys what kind of direction you need from us to shut that thing down, go ahead with this, come up with a preliminary plan with respect to what we want, what you think the citizens want, and we can probably get it financed with respect to different kind of municipal ideas. So with Mr. Zorn's guidance, I think I will push him from not necessarily push, but consult with him with respect to, because the pictures you showed, that's almost embarrassing that we have that type of thing right today. And obviously that's because of the lack of preventive maintenance over the years. And so that gets into that whole process, but that's another conversation. But the biggest conversation right now, we need to start planning for a new pool. That's just the size of it. And once we get the plan together, we look at the financing of it. And the other side of it, and this is just, the main topic is what I previously said, but just from a marketing standpoint, when the pool was healthy and thought to be healthy, did we get enough activity there to warrant a new pool? I mean, did we get a lot of activity? Was it a nice, popular place to be? If we brought in a brand-new pool, state-of-the-art, would it be, adequately used?
I think it's safe to say, no, I've been here for 5 years, but I looked at the attendance for the last 10 years. The People want to go where they feel good about the facility. They want to be able to swim, they want to be able to go into clean locker rooms, they want to feel good when they're there. We've seen the results of folks not wanting that particular facility. Do I still get phone calls and do I still have people waiting outside my office for, can you do something about the locker rooms? Can you have a zero depth pool? We have 40 people. Russell was being very conservative by saying we'll get 20 people for the water aerobics classes, but we can get anywhere from 20 to 40 people in that outdoor water aerobics class. They love it. Right? They won't use, they'll shower if they have to in the locker room only because it's a rule and they get outside to that outdoor pool. But it's embarrassing when they have to get out. They have to be able to get out. And if we have our seniors or our older adults or adults who have some issues being able to get around comfortably, we ought to be able to still be able to facilitate them. So Councilman Frazier was talking about our folks getting older and will they want to use the pool. Boy, there are some water aerobics classes and some therapeutic classes that will just go off the charts. Those classes are there. So to answer your question, our numbers have been going down, but I don't think that's because people don't want to swim and that they don't want to learn how to swim. I think that it's because where they're swimming right now isn't what they like. I mean, it's an older facility.
Okay, so obviously a state-of-the-art pool can satisfy that, but then obviously we would have, all the reasons to build a state-of-the-art pool, not just simply because we think it's nice.
Yes.
But we would have some quantifiable data that indicate a state-of-the-art pool will be heavily utilized. And I do know that, I know the reason for government, and I do know that we're not a profit-making place, but we're here to satisfy the citizens. And this will be obviously a big social item for our citizens, and it could be, like when the library was built, the library was a state-of-the-art library. I knew about it before I moved into the city. And if we could get a state-of-the-art pool, that it doesn't have to make money, but it has to be used and has to be beneficial to the citizens.
Sure. Thank you.
Madam President, if I could just add, and Councilman Brightwell will recall, just on the cost accounting, if you recall, prior to Ms. Fields coming here, we did not have adequate cost accounting by programming. So last year you had about 17,000 in revenues.
Yes.
And
At the
roughly
pool?
100,000 in soft costs, labor, chlorine,
Just
seasonal staff alone, yeah.
just, and by only operating the pool out of 7 weeks, 8, the ability to attract and retain your labor when you're operating a year-round program, it's a lot easier to have the number of lifeguards. And I've watched the lifeguards as 4 of them pace around, go through their rotation. It's really labor intense. Just for 1 hour, you need 2 people. Am I correct? And then, another person comes in, relieves them in their breaks, and
yeah. Even for the easy things, you need someone there. Even at 6 a.m. for swim teams, Ben's offering to be there, or Ben's staff. He's the one that gets calls at 6 a.m. when something's not going right. He's the one that gets calls at midnight when something didn't go right prior. But it's trying to find staff was exhaustive, for sure.
And then I'm not making excuses with this statement, but before we were shut down with COVID, we were supposed to do our retreat, and the facilities, this was supposed to be a big topic. And this is normally a topic that I'd like to do in a different setting. We're all at a table, and what we used to just do our study sessions, because council needs to dig deep in this, and the group dynamics are just so different. And we'd love to still try to get to that point, because I think as we come to the facility, that's probably my #1 need for a retreat, just to address that topic and fully go through. When we went through that, the facility study that OHM did, I think we were about 6 weeks into the pandemic, and we were still just learning WebEx and other things. So, but council is correct. We need to have a game plan, and we're hopeful that an interim plan of allowing us to work out something with our neighbors is a short-term solution.
Thank you, everyone. I agree with all the comments and everything that's been said. What we're saying is that even though we don't know where we're going to be in 5 years, we know that we're here today. And if we want a new pool, let's see what that would cost to have an indoor pool with all the things that we're asking, zero depth. No matter what, things change, and we know that. But where we are today, let's see if we wanted to do this. And having that information, it would prepare us for other things. And like we're talking about cost, well, we could look at sponsorships, we could look at grants, we could look at bonds, we could look at all kinds of ways to do it. But right now, we don't have a picture to show anybody to say, hey, this is what our dream is. Here's what our residents want. We don't have that. So that's what we're asking for. But going back to what we're here tonight, what about our summer camps? How are our kids going to be impacted by what we're proposing tonight? Are we scheduling summer camps where they will have time? Are we trying to negotiate with like Oak Park and Farmington Hills for the camps to have time at the pools as well?
We haven't talked to them about our camps necessarily.
Right, so we aren't planning still on, for day camps this year, of taking field trips off-site, but we're investing in some water activities, so they'll at least have some sort of refresher. But that whole area, they still are going to be using the normal footprint. It's about 96 kids this year, so still way less than a normal year, but more than last year, increasing back. But in terms of having a supplement to replace the pool, not taking trips off-site at this time.
Okay, so then what facilities, and I know you just said the cities, but what facilities is it? Oak Parks, Parks and Rec? Where in Farmington Hills are we talking about? The Hawk or Civics, Caustic Center? What areas are we approaching that we can say we're trying to partner with? I didn't hear that.
Oak Park is their pool right there on their Civic Center. Do they call it a Civic? Their city site there, yeah, off of Oak Park Boulevard there. Farmington is more going to be us having them as a resource. So, for instance, Heritage Park, it has a water splash pad there, and residents, non-residents, it's absolutely free there. We will be pointing folks in the direction of Farmington Hills for swimming lessons. Oak Park has a smaller pool, and it also has a smaller menu of swimming lessons. Farmington Hills has a more extensive program. They have a couple more pools. So we'll be providing a resource list, if you will, for some of the surrounding areas, but primarily really focusing on opportunities. We certainly will be promoting the Hawk. We'll be promoting their pools and their outdoor park, but our primary focus right now is Oak Park. We do have a lot of residents that are currently using Oak Park, and they have been having some conversations with them right now. The ability for us to rent that pool is a big deal, so that we have our residents, and it's just our residents there. It certainly is very generous of any city to be able to offer rentals to outside groups. We did the same thing, but it's also a really great advantage for us to be able to have just our Southfield residents on a couple of days in every month throughout the summer. Back to the day camps, you know, everyone knows that there's a new normal, if you will, and you know, nobody changed as many times as we did in Parks and Recreation and how to offer a program and how to offer a special event, and we had to think of plan A through D, A through E, and A through F. What we have learned through our day camp, though, is we are bringing a lot of entertainment to the camp because we haven't been able to use transportation, and it's a little bit different animal to manage. A lot of the schools aren't offering their transportation the way they were before in the summertime. So we are really bringing a lot to the park.
We're bringing summer concerts there and having them during the day camp program. We're going to look at bringing some water inflatables in and being able to share with the kids and have some water experiences. So it's not same old in the day camp. I can't tell you that folks won't be disappointed, obviously, that they won't be able to swim at the pool, but certainly they won't be in need for extra activities and extra experiences. We have an excellent programmer in Holly Graves that does a wonderful job, she and her staff. So we're always looking at being able to proactively offer something that we haven't in the past, and we certainly don't want to slight folks just because we can't offer an amenity. So we do look to be able to offset some of that. It's not the same as jumping in a pool in your own backyard, I will give you that, but it's also important to keep our kids safe. So.
And I totally agree that if we build it, people will come, because the aerobics class, you were being very modest. I was in those aerobics class. A lot of seniors are in there, and we fill the pool. It's upwards to 50, 60 people sometimes.
Yep.
We really have a lot of people in the water aerobics. And that's just one class.
Yeah.
Swim class and all that is totally different.
Yeah.
So. Councilwoman Banks?
Yes, and just a few things. I agree with everything that my colleague said. I'm just a little disappointed because the last few years, we keep talking about the challenges of our pool. And I just wish tonight some type of presentation was brought forward. We keep talking about the challenges, the challenges, the challenges. What are the positives to move forward with this pool? And you said we want to hear from the residents and staff. I thought we just did a study on that. And they have expressed that they want a zero-depth pool. That's probably the reason why our numbers have declined. It's hard for the young children to get in. It's maybe not into the pool, but out of the pool. And it's definitely hard for the seniors. It's hard for those with disabilities. I think we need to move on this sooner than later, because I would really like to see the pool open next year. As far as swim teams, I personally don't think we need swim teams in Southfield. I think we need a pool for our residents. Last year with the swim teams, or maybe it was even the year before, a lot of times our residents couldn't even use the pool because of the swim teams or other people that were using the pool. So I'd rather see the pool just for our seniors, for our children, for our youth, for families. And let's just try to move this forward. We have approximately 22,000 homes/condos in the city of Southfield. If you were to even go out, and we talked about financing, but if we did like a one-time charge on a tax bill of like even $100, we could generate over $2.some million to go towards the pool. I just think it's an asset that we need in this city. The people were very upset when Beechwoods was closed down. I understand why we need to close the pool down this summer, but I really am not in favor of it being closed next year. So I think we really need to move, this needs to be a priority for the people in this community who pay the high tax dollars and expect the services that we've offered. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I think you've heard all of our comments, thoughts, and I think you've got your charge going forward. So, Council, I will entertain a motion for tonight.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that we approve for the Parks and Rec to negotiate with Oak Park and Farmington Hills for their use of aquatic facilities.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilman Mandelbaum, for the approval to negotiate with Oak Park and Farmington Hills for the aquatic facility use. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the discussion. Our next item is the restoration of the Harry Bertoria sculpture.
In your packet, you have the background information on this. I know I've spoken to a number of you individually. We pulled this last week to change the funding source, so we're proposing to have this sculpture repaired through the land, help me. It's the Flatlanders, I'm sorry. I keep wanting to call it Flatliners, and that's not right.
It's through, initially it'll be through our Donations Memorial Trust and sponsorship account.
Yeah, the Flatliners, Landers rather, there I go again.
Flatlanders.
And Blissfield, Michigan, we've worked with the Harry Bertoria Foundation. The quote of $52,600 some dollars is really very reasonable. And right now, the piece is not valuable because of the condition it's in. It will take probably more than 2 months to restore it. As you can see from the illustration I left at your table, there are hundreds of pieces of metal rods that make up the straw series. Each one of them is encrusted with 40 years of grime, having been stored in the basement of Northland next to the driveway where the trucks go in and out, delivering goods to the mall. So we're asking the council to approve the quote to repair this, and then we'll report back as to the next steps of where this will eventually go.
Okay, thank you. Council, do we have any questions regarding this item? Yes, Councilwoman Banks.
Okay, so if this is going to take, just say, 2 to 4 months to complete, where are we going to put this once the piece is brought back to the city?
Well, I've been told that we can store it at the restorers until we have a place for it. Currently, we do have a location for it in Southfield, and it could go back there as well.
Have we approached any other businesses in Southfield to display this piece? And then should they be paying us rent to, I mean,
Yeah, is your microphone on, Ms. Banks? Because
I'm sorry, no, it was off. Thank you. Have we approached any other businesses in Southfield to display this piece?
Well,
And then should they be paying us something to display it, to help offset the cost that we're putting into restoring the piece?
the funding source is the 1% ordinance proceeds that is intended for art. Secondly, as has been indicated, this piece is 24 foot long and 16 foot wide. There aren't many spaces anywhere that could accommodate this piece. It was in a 3-story atrium at Genesee Valley Mall, and is now in the hands of the city. So we do have 2 interested parties, but in order to even negotiate anything, we need a restored sculpture.
Okay, so there will be a price to display the piece wherever we place it?
We'll have further discussion on that. I mean, first of all, we have to get it restored. Take one step at a time.
Okay, I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Okay, seeing none. Council, are we prepared to,
Madam Chair,
yes.
I'd like to move the approval for the restoration of the Harry Bertoya sculpture.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Mandelbaum, supported by Councilman Frazier for the approval of the restoration of the Harry Bertoya sculpture. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Next item. Establishment of a voluntary testing pilot program for residential water wells.
Thank you, Madam President. And in keeping with our water theme tonight and recognizing that tomorrow is World Water Day, I'm going to just remind Council on December 13th, you authorized the mayor and city clerk to sign a grant with the EGLE, the Environmental Great Lakes and Energy Department, a division of the state of Michigan, for a contaminated risk reduction grant. And the final amount of the grant was $1,104,421. At our last council meeting, you saw that we were able to take advantage of cooperative bidding through both SACWA and the Oakland County Water Resource Commission. It appears that our cost with engineering consulting cost will probably be less than $650,000 as we go through this grant to connect the remaining 99 homes at San Marino subdivision. The $500,000 would most likely be returned to the state. It's not something we can just use. However, what I'm requesting for the remaining, and it based on a whole bunch of modeling between the water department, GIS, going through, it appears we have 319 people today who are on wells. 99 of them will be connected through the San Marino well. The basis of that eligibility was, as the grant says, a consolidation and contamination risk reduction grant. That means we have another 220 wells. These wells are tested upon initial installation. There's no requirement that they're tested annually or any other testing. That is typically the obligation of a homeowner. It appears on an annual basis we'll get 2 or 3 people who come in who are having usually a bacteria, an E. coli issue with their well. And City Council has established what we call the SHIP WAS program, Water and Sewer Connection Program, for people who are income eligible. And for those families who are not income eligible, you offer a 3% loan program. Very innovative. In conversations with folks at the county as well as Eagle, they're not aware of other cities being that innovative. So tonight I'm asking for authority for a program up to $60,000 for a 6-month period from April 1st till September 30th. A letter would be sent to the 220 homes. You have a map that's very small. You can see where San Marino is and the clustering of the other wells. Looking to begin to build some data on what we might see in other parts of the city. With that data, then we have something, hopefully we can have a different conversation with Eagle. In the last meeting, we talked about ICLEI sustainability for local governments. With the new infrastructure bill, there are more resources for water, and hopefully as we go through this, helping more people connect to septic, or to connect to our sewer system and abandon their septic system. The program would be voluntary. We just got to get some data on this. and we don't have any. With San Marino, the subdivision worked with us to test the water in their well. That became our basis of eligibility. The testing, I'll need to pull this up, a full metal testing, I just had the number here a moment ago. Oops, wrong location. Yeah, just to do a full screening for metals, $125 would just give you a metal chemistry. Again, to do some inorganic, there's a menu of different tests that we would look at, and we would work with the Water Resource Commission in a private lab. And interesting enough, you know, the PFAS testing, those are $290 each. So I'm just looking to gather some very basic data. The PFAS is something we don't think we have. We don't have any evidence, but without testing, frankly, we don't know. So as 6 months voluntary program, we'd work with legal, craft a very well crafted letter to protect people, but our goal is to help people know what they have, and safe water. This is about safe water, and looks like based on our initial distance from well that all but 7 of the remaining 220 people have pretty much very good access to a water distribution system. We have built that system out in large investments in the late 90s, and just helping, this is just another way to help people get connected. And again, without the data, we can't do much. And if I get a few samples and we can start seeing some correlations, then we can have another conversation with Eagle. So I'm requesting authorization to for up to $60,000 to a voluntary 6-month pilot program, and it would be a charge to our water and sewer contractual professional account number 592-750-7501-38180.
Thank you. Council, do we have any questions? Okay, seeing none, are we prepared to vote?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to move that we establish a voluntary testing pilot program for residential water wells.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Mandelbaum, supported by Councilman Brightwell, for the approval to establish a voluntary testing pilot program for residential water wells as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're under the council portion. And first, I'd like to ask or entertain a motion. As you know, we have on the agenda for the communications to follow the Pledge of Allegiance. So I would like to put forth a motion that states, be it resolved that the Southfield City Council allows for the public comments on City Council agenda to be after the Pledge of Allegiance until further notice.
So moved.
Is there support?
Support.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councilman Mandelbaum, supported by Councilwoman Banks, for us to move the public comments after the Pledge of Allegiance until further notice. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. The other item that's been brought up, or I've been asked to ask the council, is on the setup that we have now. Would everyone be comfortable with coming back to the dais with the petitions that we have in place, like separating? You can wear your mask if you would like, or we can stay as is. It's up to this council. It's just a question that I've been asked.
I like all
Would
the
we
space.
add 2 more sections up there, so we would each have our own little partition?
We would leave, like we have these separators, the partitions would be like within,
Yeah.
we'd have one on each side of us.
On each side of us,
But we'd be closer together like we
Yes.
normally.
yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I would be in favor of going back to our old setting.
I don't have any problem.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it, even though I do enjoy my extra space here.
So, Madam Clerk, do we need a motion for that to happen? Pardon?
It's my understanding, yes.
Okay. So may I please have a motion for us to resume at the dais with the partitions on each side of us, on both sides of us?
Dawn.
Madam Chair, I move that we resume where we seating as we previously had with a partition between each space as previously had.
Okay.
Support?
It's been motioned by Councilman Brightwell, supported by
Aye.
Councilman,
There was no time established.
okay, thank you. Until further notice?
At the next city council meeting, the timing will be, as of the next city council meeting, we will resume our prior seating arrangement with a partition between each individual seated, with a plexiglass partition between each member seated at the next available city council meeting.
You wasn't that complicated.
Say what?
Okay, we'll resume our normal seating with the partitions in place
Right,
at beginning the next meeting.
yes, as of the
Okay.
next.
Okay. And now is that supported?
I support that.
It's been motioned by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilman Mandelbaum, for this council to resume our normal seating at the dais with the partition separating each person, as we discussed. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So now we'll go to the council, each individual council, if you would like to update or have any comments or anything you'd like to share with the viewing audience and all of us that's here. I'll start with you, Mr. Mandelbaum.
Yes, thank you. There's a couple things I wanted to talk about. The first is that the Urban Unity CDC is working with the Southfield Police Department, and they're partnering for a Unity bag drive. The event is geared towards assisting foster children in need. Oftentimes, these children travel with their belongings placed inside of trash bags. Therefore, they are looking to collect duffel bags or diaper bags, underwear, blankets, washcloths, personal hygiene products, school supplies, stuffed animals, deodorant, different things that can be used for these children. They will be collecting the items tomorrow evening from 4 to 7 p.m. at Debo's Daiquiris Wings and Seafood on Northwestern Highway. There is information. If you have any questions, you can contact the police department at their number. There's no number here. But I believe that the information is on the city's website as well. Also, if you haven't been listening to the news, the city actually put out the police department again has a text 911 that you can use in case you are unable to make a phone call. In the to field, instead of a phone number, you just put 911 and it will automatically send your location, and a 911 operator can text with you for your emergencies, and it is for emergencies only. So please remember that you can now text 911 in Southfield. Also, in continuing with our Women's History Month, as was approved this evening for the Kimmy Horn Jazz Festival, I'd like to just give a little brief bio about Kimmy Horn. She is an internationally renowned vocalist, performer, and recording artist, a descendant of legendary songstress and actress Lena Horne and singer-songwriter Cleveland Horne of the Fantastic Four. Kimmy has left her musical mark around the world from Detroit to Tokyo. She launched the Kimmy Horn Jazz Festival in 2016 and has worked tirelessly to grow the festival each year, hoping to one day expand the festival internationally. The City of Southfield has approved that we will be hosting once again in 2022 the Kimmy Horn Jazz Festival, as we have done since 2018, which grows every year to thousands of attendees from all over southeastern Michigan. So in honor of Women's History, we honor Kimmy Horn this evening. Thank you for allowing me to share that moment in history.
Thank you. Mr. Hoskins?
Madam President?
Yes.
Point of privilege. Don't we have one more item on our agenda? Pardon?
I believe it's under administration.
It's under administration. When we get to administration, we do. If we're talking about the bridge, Birch Ridge?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's under administration.
No.
Thank you. Councilman Hoskins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to share just a few quick things about my trip last week. Last week I went to the National League of Cities Conference in Washington, D.C. Was able to interact with a lot of our colleagues in various cities across the country, and I learned a lot of great things. I just want to highlight one thing in particular, well, actually a couple of things. One, Southfield is really leading the way when we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. You know, I sometimes forget, especially as we're in our area, how difficult it is for other people to get some of the things that we're doing. To even get a diversity and equity and inclusion officer on staff is quite a chore for some people, or to declare racism a public health crisis, or some of the things that many cities in our area and Southfield as well have been doing. So to tell them how easy it's been for us and how we've been leading on that, and how we've been doing so many things, I was actually quite proud to be able to do that. One thing that I came away with, there's a city in Oregon, and one of the things that they do is they actually have, like we have the fiscal impact for some of the things we do, they have a line for equity. What's the equity impact for some of the decisions they make? And I thought that was actually a pretty good idea. I'm trying to find how they do that in their agendas, but that's something that maybe we can take a look at here as well. Beyond that, there was, as we've been talking about affordable housing across the country as well as in the city, there was a panel on affordable housing, and it was actually during the Q&A. There was a city councilman from Cambridge, Massachusetts, that had, he was just talking about something that they do an affordable housing overlay. So the whole city is an overlay district. And what they do is they allow a developer to, if they meet certain requirements, the overlay district will give the property owner an as-of-right ability to develop housing in Cambridge. So they develop it, and they have a right. They don't have to go through a lot of the processes, a planning commission, coming to a council. They just have to meet certain requirements, and it saves the developers a lot of money, 10 to 15%, which allows them to be able to develop throughout their cities. I'm not sure if it'd be something for Southfield per se, but it does give you, it starts you thinking like, oh, here's something that maybe we can play with and maybe we can think about, and it's places like this that we're really thinking outside the box about how they do housing and how we can, how they can make sure people have access to housing. And there's one last thing. I am on the Transportation and Infrastructure Subcommittee with the National League of Cities, and one of the things that we discussed there was a concept known as Vision Zero, which is just a strategy to eliminate traffic fatalities and severe injuries because of traffic issues. And I mentioned at the conference that in our area we have one of the most accident-prone intersections in our city. And I know there are other cities in Michigan that are trying to implement this Vision Zero policies. And then that also may be something we can look at here in the city of how we can do it. We already do some things, like our speed tables, our roundabouts. Those are things that are traffic calming and help with some of that. But there may be more things that we can look at as well in implementing Vision Zero. All in all, it was a very, very good conference. I learned a lot, and there are even sessions that I couldn't go to because they were all happening at the same time, but luckily they put all their slides and all their documents on there. So I'm hoping to go through and pick up some more things for us. But beyond that, that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Frazier?
Yes. I would like to say, in honor of Celebrate Women's Month, that today the hearings in Congress opened up for our potential new Supreme Court Justice, Ketanji Brown Jackson, and she gave an opening address, or introduced herself, and it looks very good. She's very bright, has a good demeanor, and I found this out, that apparently she has a wonderful singing voice, that she could have gone into the show business with her voice because it's that good. So other than that, I don't have anything to add tonight.
Thank you. Councilman Brightwell?
I just have one item. It's veteran related. On April 14th, there will be a Veterans Resource Fair in Auburn Hills at the American Legion Post 143. It's located at 96 Churchill Road in Auburn Hills. And they will have the typical things at these resource fairs. They will have a $50 gift certificate from Myers. They will have a food basket. And the veterans who have issues with their eligibility for VA benefits, there will be individuals there from the Oakland County Veterans Service to handle that for you. And that's April 14th from 9 a.m. to noon in Auburn Hills. If you need additional information, feel free to reach out to me here at the City Hall, 248-796-5150. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilwoman Banks?
Thank you. Household hazardous waste events are around the corner. On April 9th, there will, from 9 to 2, Wixom will be hosting an event. April 23rd, from 9 to 2, household hazardous waste will be at our RASOC Center on 20875 Maple Ridge in Southfield. And then if you miss those first two events, May 7th, there will be an event from 9 to 2 in Farmington Hills at the Orchard Ridge campus. And if you cannot attend any of those events, RASOC residents can drop off their household hazardous waste in Livonia on a non-event day without a fee. Household hazardous waste pickup from your home is also available for a fee. So if you have any further questions, you can contact RASOC at 248-208-2270. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to remind everyone, too, that March 20th through the 26th is considered Severe Weather Awareness Week. And in support, Southfield and other cities across the state will be testing their city notification systems. So you'll hear sirens on Wednesday, March 23rd at 1 o'clock. Just be prepared for that. And if you hear that warning other than Wednesday. Be prepared to take shelter. A tornado watch means that the conditions are right for a tornado to develop, and to be prepared to take cover if the situation or conditions worsen. But if we're given a tornado warning, that means that you must take shelter immediately as a tornado has been spotted or has been seen on radar in your immediate area. Those are just reminders that I wanted to add tonight. Thank you. Next, we have the mayor's portion.
Just want to announce that on Wednesday this week, the 23rd, I'll be giving the annual Southfield State of the City address. It is sponsored by the Southfield Chamber of Commerce, and it will be held beginning at 10 a.m. at the Regency Manor on 12 Mile Road. This is a ticketed event. It's a luncheon. I'm not sure, I think they're just about sold out. You can check with the Chamber of Commerce. However, for free, I always offer an alternative date. And so on Thursday, March 31st, in council chambers, I will be presenting the State of the City address for anyone who would like to attend. Again, that's Thursday, March 31st, 7 p.m. in council chambers. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're at the administration portion. There's one item, amended terms of real property sale at Birch Ridge. Mr. Zorn, or?
Deputy City Administrator McRena will present this item. Thank you.
Thank you, and again, good evening. First of all, there is a slight typo I see in the resolution. I'll address that in the presentation. Back in August, council approved sale of a vacant parcel on Birch Ridge to Jonathan White, and we did it a little bit of a different format this time. We set the deadline again as 18 months after closing for the home to be built, but we also set a date deadline as March 23rd, 2023. We usually don't do that. It's usually just the 18 months. Well, closing is scheduled for March 24th. I've checked with the city attorney's office. It's no particular fault of anyone. It's a combination of things that just delayed the process. The buyer just doesn't think he can get the home built in a year, especially with the supply chain disruptions. He's asking for 18 months from the date of the closure, from March 24th. He also asked that his wife be added to the contract. That did not come up until closing documents were prepared. So since we're correcting the date, we're asking we also include the spouse in the contract. The corrected deadline for the construction should have been September 25th, 2023. That would give him the 18 months to build the home. And that's what we're asking, to rescind the original resolution and approve a new resolution that will give him 18 months to build a home from the date of the closing and include the spouse in the contract. No other changes.
Council, do we have any questions? Councilwoman Banks?
I just want to confirm, that's the date in the resolution, because there are two separate September, where is it?
November.
There's September 25th, 2025 in the resolution. And in the actual body, it should be September of 2023. So the resolution should reflect September of 2023?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Did you have other?
Can I make a motion? There's no other questions?
Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
That council approve the amended terms of real property sale for Birch Ridge, with the amendment that the 18 months of closing, the property will be built, and it will be no later than September 25th, 2023.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Banks, supported by Councilman Frazier, for the approval of the amendment of the real property sale on Birch Ridge for 18 months after the sale to read September 25th, 2023. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, Council.
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Zorn?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Attorney?
I haven't,
Thank you. Mr. Clerk? Irv Lauenberg? No, nothing? Okay.
Treasurer.
Thank you. I'm sorry, the treasurer. I called him the clerk. I apologize, Irv. Maybe that's your new position? Oakland County or something? I'm sorry. Madam Clerk?
I have nothing, ma'am.
And the planner is gone. City assessor and no engineer. Nothing to schedule. We are scheduled for a closed session.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to move that we go into closed session for discussion for strategy and negotiation sessions connected with the negotiation and collective bargaining agreements in a closed session as requested by one of the negotiating parties.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Councilman Mandelbaum, supported by Councilwoman Banks, to go into closed session for the discussion for strategy and negotiation sessions of collective bargaining agreements in closed session as requested by one of the negotiating parties per the MCL 15.268. Madam Clerk, I think we'll need a roll call.
Yes. Brightwell,
Yes.
we have an excused absence for Cruz. Frazier,
Yes.
Hoskins,
Yes.
Mandelbaum,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes,
and Banks.
Yes.
thank you.
We have a quorum.
We'll now go into closed session. I'll ask if everyone would be excused, or everyone please be excused.